Direct frequency response. Of course, it's got the roll off on there on the Behringer amplifier, of course. Blend some of the, because that's the left channel on the HF horn amplifier, being generating pink noise from the Dolby SDU4. So generate pink noise anywhere in the B chain, REWs or on the Dolby SDU4s, just to check the screen channels are okay. So the frequency response looks like so. Because it's got a high pass filter on the amplifier, that can easily be compensated for a high pass filter to boost. Okay, that's two. That's the left and the center channel combined, but with a time delay on the center channel, and it gives this ripple effect. Now if I turn the time delay off on the center channel HF form, frequency response goes to like that. You get this kind of ripple effect when you use a time delay. So time delay on, and you get this ripple effect because one part of the signal generated from the left and one generated on the center, and when using no time delay, you get the frequency response that just adds up. But when you add a time delay, you get this ripple effect. Which, yeah, it'd be very hard to see, I think, but not too hard to see when looking at the frequency response. Let's connect the audio mixer up. Turn the audio mixer on. Yeah, so we get that. And of course, if I change the time delay, the ripple effect, where okay, there's one part here. Okay, I'll just zero in, put the. It's a bit hard to see. Maybe if I put that over here, because I've got the microphone boom in the way, so the camera can't quite see. Okay, put it on that 3.72 kilohertz, and if I change the time delay, it should shift. It should move position. Well, it changed position slightly, but also the ripples changed. The ripples kind of went a little bit narrower, from narrow to a little bit wider, and in some part. Yeah, that's shifted off position there slightly. With that time delay, that's shifted slightly. And of course, if I use the phase, I'm not sure if there'll be any adjusting. It's very difficult to see because I need sort of like 2 signal stereo to sort of probably see that shift. Change the polarity, and we've changed the polarity. Yeah, change it the other way, and that the other way. Also changes the frequency to where a line, a little line down here, is centering on a frequency, and then changing the polarity. The line that is on the frequency kind of shifts this way and that way. It shifts. So I'll just turn the time delay off. And it should look like that. Turn the fader down. It's very tricky to get good alignment so that you can hear complexities in film soundtrack. Like Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and all the dialogue panning that was crazily used in that movie to create a epic scale, that sort of thing. That, you know, on 70mm. You can hear it in the 35mm, but the 35 is a bit of a jumble of a mess because with how things have got to be encode, sort of mixed encode and decode delivery, and you know, you only get as much as what can be, but you get a little bit more. You hear a lot more on discrete because the way you don't get too much competition of too much crosstalk and frequency dynamic range limitations. You want to hear all those details in there, because well, you don't know. That's the thing. The audience don't know. Most audiences probably don't even notice. They just notice they can hear, you know, dialogue sounds or such, or effects and loud music, and then you want to hear. But for some few, which is only it is really a few. Not everyone is listening. Most just hear it, and those that listen and think, "Oh wow, is that like directional, or is that dialogue panning that I'm hearing moving, and the Foley sounds is I can hear in that position to there, so it matches the screen performance, like as if you were standing pretty near someone, and they making rustling sounds with their clothing, or it's very subtle with the hair, or you know, little sounds, you know, like, you know, playing around with the rice pudding, and sort of sounds, you know, you hear them position, you know. It's often very difficult sometimes, you know, because the way the sound is coming from the speakers, where the positions are, how long it takes for the sound to reach, and yes, sometimes a time delay may make it easier to hear some sounds that are over to the left half or right half, where some part of the sound is a little bit in the center, and then a little bit is over to the right, or a little bit over to the left, or sometimes it's hard panned, so it's not heard much, say like in an optical or a 4:4 matrix mix. It's kind of minimized, and maybe in a discrete mix it's totally isolated. You don't literally you literally hear it to the left or to the right, or then again still sometimes you might hear a left half right half signal. um in When you heard it in the cinema, you heard it like there. In the home, you may hear it sort of like a little bit in the left and the center, and you don't quite hear it over to the right. You shift your seating position, because when you play pink noise on two speakers and you're shifting your position, the comb filter effect or such, or it's trying to you got to position the speakers so that they're very good for like across the seating area, um, so that you can hear all the those details, um, but in real world, um, voices probably be better, probably far better positioned and sounding compared to a recorded and artificial fabricated mix. Um, because we're always going to hear a sound maybe on our left ear, but it's going to be a little bit on the right side. And yeah. Anyway, I could put two or multi microphones up against the screen, or a little bit further away from the screen, put the pink noise and do that delay thing again to see the ripple effect. But also the frequency response is going to be a little bit different because of the way the microphones are further away from the screen, and then you get all issues with sine wave tones when you play a 1 kilohertz sine wave, and you know if everything is voltage level matched on the amplifiers, it should all be the same signal. And then of course you got to check rigorously check the speaker drivers to see whether the signal is exact, because speaker driver to speaker driver might slightly have a variance with the diaphragm. There might be like one diaphragm that might be a couple of dB less sensitive or such than the other diaphragms, and you got to think, oh, might as well change that diaphragm, or it's okay. I've just got to compensate, make some um, kind of additional alteration, maybe without not necessarily changing the amplifier levels, because you want the amplifier levels to look exact, because the signal's going to be always within mix tolerance standard, a few dB. I suppose an L pad. Use an L pad. So you adjust the L pad rather than adjusting, because I've got art little boxes that are connected to the HF amplifiers, so I could make some additional adjustment, but that is going to change the amplifier signal. I could put some L pads on the amplifier rack end, so I can adjust the actual output of the amplifier, the signal, if one HF was slightly a bit higher than the others. I could adjust that, but the voltage level's still going from the amplifier, going into the THX booth monitor. The signal will still be the same level, because I'd have additional wiring, and it would still show the same. The only difference is I've just compensated for one specific HF horn by a couple of dB or so. Yeah, so it's interesting seeing the ripple effect stuff. I'll go back to microphones. Of course, if I got to use stereo microphones, I've got to connect the mixer up to the computer so it's in stereo sort of fashion, sort of, so to speak. Yeah, so it's on the yeah, it's on that one there. I think it's the preference on the. I'll switch that to left channel, so it'll be on the audio mixer. Yeah, it's on the audio mixer now. Of course, it's better when the microphones are a little bit closer together at first. So the microphones are closer to the screen, because when they're a little bit further away, but you know, checking first and then moving the microphones, of course. Put the microphones near, check everything, and then look for that ripple effect with the time delay, and then move the microphones a little bit further back, and also listening, but maybe it's simple just to listen to a certain segment in a movie like Indiana Jones: The Last Crusade, where you got a character walking in through a door. You hear the door sound and over to one side, and then you hear the voice, which is over to one side, because that's where it is on the scope screen. It's over one side, the performer character. And maybe adjusting the time delay while listening and playing the scene over and over again until the voice sounds like it's a bit over there, rather than kind of like sort of like there, and it sounds like it's shifted. And then when the performer moves, the voice moves, as well as the Foley sound footsteps. The Foley sound footsteps, they track along with. It's all artificial. Of course, in reality, everything moves all at the same time. In film soundtrack, the dialogue that's done in, say, the scene in Last Crusade, the Donovan character, when he walks in through the door, you know, that voice ADR is done separately, and then the Foley's done separately. They are not done all in the same space in the same time. And then it's editing it and synchronizing it and manipulating to create something that seems like it all happened at the same time. Gosh, that's exhausting. So bored with Sunday. I'll play with the because I could set my system, any EQ, any this that. I always try to get the same response, and I listen. Just tune the HF horns differently. I mean, this thing with I was watching this video called the Boston Audio Society. I'm not joined to it. I just like occasionally I watch some of their videos because I find them pretty interesting, and though sometimes they could be maybe less interesting, I suppose. I suppose it's, gotta find something to where it's spicy and it's like, oh yes, that's the answer I'm looking for. I just like listening to this John F. Allen guy who developed this high performance stereo system 4000. Doesn't get worldly recognized that much. I mean, there's a few of the systems which are based on Calypso speakers, I believe. It's just Calypso PA for cinema. I suppose you could have them in the home, but looking at the size of the unit, yeah, they look a little bit too large. Probably wouldn't fit very well in the room. But reading reviews between HPS 4000 and THX sound system, it's like sometimes they're almost similar, or one might be, I suppose it might be based on the auditorium, volume size, the design of the auditorium, the floor, the seating. If it's the same film print, if everything is really standardized out there and everything is, all voltage levels from the processor, the Dolby processors are all set to this standard level, even though they're all different CP processors. To the amplifiers, are they all, because every amplifier is every amplifier. How does, this thing with, God bloody hell, amplify this, I'm trying to get my word. Amplifiers. That's all an amplifier is doing, is to create the dynamic range. So I suppose if you had, say, 5 amplifiers, different makes, different manufacturers, models, etc., and they're say they're THX approved, so you could buy them without. But what if you're just simply curious and skeptical, and you want to test these yourself, just to put some data out there, because you don't see any data from THX. You don't see any. They say this is approved, boom, but there's no frequency sweeps of the amplifiers. There's, unless poor old Amir at Audio Science Review has to go through, gets sent a load, and he has to test them all through, to see, because otherwise I think it's just some sort of, like George Lucas, waving his hand around. These amplifiers you will buy for your THX cinema. You will, I just think it's I'm just skeptical. I haven't got anything against THX or HPS 4000. I've not even heard the nearest HPS 4000 to, from where I am, I believe is, I think it's Norway, which is up that way, a few thousand miles away. I think there's another one over that way. So that way, literally where I'm pointing is north. That way, up that way, I think another few thousand. I think Poland. I think Poland is probably the closest that's got a HPS 4000 system. Dolby Atmos. I'm kind of curious myself, but on amplifiers, you test and check them and see how much harmonic distortion they generate or such. See if there's any, and if there is, that's components. And then you think, well, if you could, do amplifiers, I couldn't do amplifiers. But if you know someone that could, and then get the schematic diagram, and then try and figure out it might be these components here, and then looking at those components, and then thinking, I'll change those components, and then test this again and see what the result looks like. If it looks the same, then it might be something else. If it doesn't and looks improved and better, then well done. Why didn't the manufacturer, because I'm pretty sure with the Behringer amplifiers, not entirely confident if they are, they because I know they're a 4-channel amplifier, and I know that they're going to get a little crosstalk, so from one channel into the next. So if I plug in one channel and then the next channel, I have the wiring going out from into the THX booth monitor, so I can monitor the signal. So I'll generate a pink noise signal or a sine wave signal on channel 1, and then monitor channel 2 to see if I can see any kind of crosstalk. Because if I can see something, then obviously, if I had a speaker, which will be on it as well, because I could do that on the system, and I'll be able to check to see if there's any crosstalk. But that crosstalk, if the signal's generating up here, that crosstalk is going to be way down here. It's going to be very faint. So this signal up here is going to go, what you call OTT, over the top. It's a CB radio slang word, OTT, over the top. So you put a little bit more boost output power. You know what everyone in the general area is outputting, okay, and then you suddenly turn on a few kilowatt amplifier, and you everyone sees the signal meters going from about here suddenly going up to about here, and they turn their RF gain down, and it hardly moves. It only just a teeny little, and it's like, are you outside my home? Because you got a humongous amount of output. So yeah, the crosstalk. Oh yeah, CB radio. Sometimes you get things like oh gosh, I can't remember. So it's been a long while where you hear I think it was called ghosting or phantom signal. So you could be on low band channel 20, and you hear someone talking, and you say, "Hey, blah blah blah," but they're not responding. You think, are they being ignorant? And you just listen to it, and you think, it sounds like, are they talking? Are they just talking to? And you think, what's going on? And then you start flicking around the channels, and then suddenly you come across them on the high band on another channel, and they're talking to someone. But what's going on is a strange phenomenon where their signal is ghosting and phantoming on another channel. That's a frequency that's completely further away from, it's weird phenomenon. I've not heard that, because today there's just not that many people on it. You need I don't know, either a I know it's something. It's a weird phenomenon that it's pretty common back in the day. Only heard it occasionally. Um, hmm. Hmm. Um, okay, that's two signals being generated. I'll change the time delay and see what happens there on the center. Well, I'll change the time delay on the center and see what happens. Oh yeah, you can see the signal changing, the frequency. So you can still see the same effect, and oh gosh, it just creates a headache. It just creates a bloody headache. Like, you could do frequency sweeps and it do this magic bean thing, which I tried last night. Bloody hell, bore my bloody hand out. It did, waving that bloody mic. But yeah, because if you hold a microphone there and look at the pink noise, it's got this effect. But when you start moving it around like so, then the frequency, because response kind of looks a little bit more flatter. Well, not really flat, but looks a little bit more, yeah. And because it's like moving the mic, because with the time, what's it called on the is it called what's it called? The averages. So you set it's like a time delay sort of thing, a time delay. So it kind of gives a little pause in the frequency or the sound. So when you're moving them, if you change it to a zero average, I suppose you'd see a little bit more. Yeah, yeah, the averages, and yeah, which is over here on the averages down there. Yeah, yeah. I noticed there was an improvement with using that, waving the microphone around. Unless, of course, I mean, we move. We'll generally maybe shift our position slightly in our seat. If you listen to a sine wave tone that's generating a specific frequency, lows, mids, highs, and you're in a specific position, one ear might hear that tone very clearly. The other ear may not hear it very clearly. And all you do is you move slightly, and then it's like both ears are hearing that tone at the same time. So it's the same thing, the same phenomena with two microphones, and you could have them in stereo. So one microphone on left, one microphone on right, and you can see the sine wave tone, and it one's a little bit higher than the other, and one's a little bit lower on the, because of the way the signal is going out, arriving against the ceiling, the walls, the floor, or any furnishings, whatever, are in the room, and it's just going to alter and change that frequency, shift it that way, move it down this way or whatever, and then you just end up with this, like, well, this mess that is very difficult to sort out. I'm not too sure what it would look like outdoors. I'm pretty sure outdoors it would be less headache. Of course, I've never actually tested it myself. I see videos and I take it probably, okay, that must be the gospel, must be true. They they always test sub bass speakers, and but the thing is, I don't see a very thorough test. It's always some geezer out in a bloody car park somewhere with a bloody power generator and a sub bass speaker and a microphone and test analyzing RTA or whatever, REM. But there's no actual video. And putting false walls around that sub when it's outdoors to see if there's any change in the frequency response and such, you know. I mean, also it's the enclosure box, the speed. Yeah, I mean, do they take the subdriver out of the box and test that outdoors on its own, free air response, to see what each, you know, looks like, and then when it's put into that enclosure box that it's been designed, and then what if you have another enclosure box that's made that you're going to test that driver in, and you're going to load that in, and then test that, and test. I haven't seen there's this guy on, it goes on, what's his name? Larson, James Larson, on Audio Holics, that occasionally, whatever. I don't see anything more thorough. I want to see more thorough. I want to see thorough in video, not just chit chat. I want to see actual, you know, because frankly, I haven't got the resources to do that sort of thing. I mean, I could just take a bloody while to set the whole bloody thing up, and it'd be exhausting work, and not with my condition. I'd have to have a team, because I can't move all that stuff around. I mean, all this nonsense about, you know, there's this other guy on YouTube, which, well, I think he is clearly bonkers. He's clearly insane, and the result is sooner or later he's going to damage his hearing, because his ego for this, oh god, 150 dB. Now he looks like he wants to go for 160. Anyone or anybody knows, any sound pressure level over 120, and you're asking for serious trouble with your hearing. You're inviting self-harm to yourself and serious trouble that will be irreversible. But once this guy tries to get 160, he's going to go for 170. Totally crackers. It's not necessary. And all that just for what? What? Sub bass? That's a mono signal. Bloody hell. There's not much that really gain there. Every room we know has problems. When you got a frequency dip in a room, it's either move that sub bass around. Oh yeah, and then the frequency response on that dip goes up, but the rest of it looks unsatisfying. But when you look at that signal on the amplifier, direct signal, it's perfect. But once that signal goes from into that subunit, which goes into that enclosure box placed in that room, it's like thrown out the window. This guy would be better off putting his system outdoors in his garden than in a basement. And then you got to see then how much more air you got to move and compensate because it's a big jungle out there. But when it's in a small room, the only thing I find disappointing is why the hair isn't moving and blowing around like you see in all those stupid car hi-fi videos where all the hair blows around and people suddenly freak out and run out the bloody vehicle because it's unnatural. We don't feel hair stuff like that on a daily day basis. It just doesn't happen. Wind and all that, it wouldn't have that stupid SPL level. It's a little bit different. It's a different nature for which nature cannot be fooled. And you try to achieve this for bloody hell. I mean, my JBLs, just two of them, they could do infrasonic low frequency. Big deal. I don't I don't want it played at 100, 150. Sometimes I find 110 a little bit unsatisfactory. I think, well, that's a little bit too much. I could feel it at 100 easily. I don't need 110. Oh, yeah, and this guy wants to get in the Guinness Book of Records, and he was rejected because what's next? It's not a big deal. I think the loudest, or I don't know. There is uh, uh, history sort of thing of showing all different things of volcanoes erupting at a certain SPL level. Well, I don't think you'll want to be doing that in the home, or at least in a small room, which should be, well, I don't know. Um, See, if a room is airtight, that means not a bit of it can get outside the room. Um, nah, I just don't see any point to it really. When I play a certain sine wave in this room, and I think, crikey, that's only playing at maybe less than 90 dB. And it gets a little taxing on the ear after a while because it's unnatural. We don't hear shit like that every day. You go out with an RTA microphone and monitor all the street level sound. You don't see any shit like that. Unless, of course, it's um, a very large vehicle. And when the vehicle comes to a pause, the engine's the engine frequency changes and then it's idling at a certain frequency. And you can see that maybe a few multitude of frequencies moving up and down. Well, when you listen to it outdoors, it doesn't pressure your bloody ears to a point where, like, oh, you got to stick your fingers in your ears. If it were a bus, which I've been on many times. On the outside, it's the complete opposite. When you get inside the bus, you feel mechanical vibration, you hear the acoustical, you hear the engine purring, humming away at about over 100 dB, usually within the frequency range of 30 and 40 hertz. and it could be a little taxing on the ear. And I think, look at all the older people, and I think usually old people usually complain and moan. And I'm looking and thinking, how come they're not moaning? And yet, someone playing a sound system, they can hear it, but it's not the same sound pressure level or frequency scale to what it is actually in someone else's room or home or whatever. They can hear it, but it's that level. They just hear it faint. But when they hear that bus engine, it's like this bloody scale. I gotta wear earplugs sometimes, and even earplugs don't counteract it. And I think, bloody hell, oh, I'm relieved when the bus starts moving because the pitch of the engine frequency changes, and that SPL level from up that goes up there suddenly drops down. And I think, oh, thank goodness. On a coach, it's a totally different. The coaches are designed for a little bit more acoustical comfort, whereas a bus is for a short journeys. Well, depends on how long you're on the bus and where you're going from. You could be on a bus for like 40 minutes, you know. Oh, oh dear. I'm surprised this guy with this is system. He's just putting sub bass speakers around. I'm surprised he hasn't put any sub bass speakers in the ceiling, the same units. You know, start tearing his house up and putting the same units so they're in the ceiling. So you got bass frequency coming downward, or basically filling in between, because you got going around, and then you got then this void. You probably got something like, if you go around with a microphone and test, which is easy, with using pink noise RTA, and then just moving the microphone around to seeing where the dips are located, and then checking the direct frequency on the amplifier. So you need two REWs playing, one where it's connected to that actual subunit. It's got to be connected to a booth monitor first. Can't just connect it to the computer. You blow the computer up. So you got to connect it so then you could look at the direct signal. Oh, and does that amplifier on those, what do they call them, RTJ, JTRs, or whatever the bloody hell the thing's called, does it have a roll off on the low frequency? If the amplifier's got a roll off, then you think, well, that's a bit unsatisfactory, isn't it? Shouldn't it be flat response? I think there's a few amplifiers I've read where some are flat response, they don't have a filter. Because if you want a filter, you use a loudspeaker management crossover system, and then you put a 6 dB roll off, or 12, or 24, 36, um, um, 48, or maybe 90. Well, I don't know. You just apply any blooming filter to where you want that sub to stop, and or stop at certain frequencies, and then have another sub that plays other frequencies take over, and then maybe offset the frequencies a little bit. Instead of keeping them that tightly close together, offset them slightly, because you might still audibly hear a little, because when you play that certain frequency on a generator, and it's generating here, and the crossovers are here. Sorry, if you generate the frequency there, bush, you get a very high bush signal, and then you move to the next frequency, and then it goes down a bit, and then the next frequency goes down, and so on, until you reach a frequency range where you don't notice it. But how much of that frequency can you actually feel? I mean, you put your hand on the speaker driver, and you can feel a lot of it. and that could be at a very low voltage level, wattage, voltage level. It's at a low level. You can feel it, like a tactile bass driver fitted to your seat. You feel it on the seat, radiating around the seat in a three dimension. You feel different frequencies in the armrest, in the seat back, in the seat bucket, or whatever. But you don't notice it in the floor because there's no bass shakers fitted there. There should be bass shakers in the floor, so you feel it in the floor. So naturally, when we have our feet cross-legged like this, you've got one foot on the floor, just as if I were on a bus and I'm feeling the vibration in the floor, but then that vibration in the floor to where I notice all the seating connected to the floor. There's a bar or arm bar or something that vertically that's connected up to the ceiling on the bus, and you look at all that and feel everything. You can feel all this vibration, yeah. Oh yeah. You notice the SBL level on when it's moving. It's a lot better than 20 sub bass speakers. And you got to think, why is that? And do we feel that in our chest on a bus? The answer is no. Unless the bus suddenly braked and did an emergency stop and you went flying forward and you hit your chest against the seat in front of you. Then you feel it in your chest. Otherwise, yeah, I felt bass. I could get that easy in this room, and I don't need 150 dBs, because if I'm getting that at a cinema, that's less than that. Be it whether it's well, not so much as regular substandard cinema sound. Go to a THX one, it's like, well, that's different. Oh, wow, I feel that. Oh, I didn't know that was on the soundtrack. Or maybe a Limax cinema, but you come out with a splitting headache because their system just seems, I don't know. Um, this hobby can get a bit boring after a while. Just like myself, I'm boring. It's like I got to talk about this bloody subject, hobby, whatever, like I need to breathe. And when they talk about this, all this nonsense about the bass, the sub bass, because this guy, what's his guy called? Bass Together or something. What's his name? What's his name on YouTube? Oh, something Gibson. No, that's a guitar, isn't it? Crack, I forgot what the guy's name is. Cool. Something together with bass. I don't know. And I think later video, or some late videos, he's been saying the bass is in your face. Huh? How can the bass be in your face? I tell you, if you want an actual physical sine wave in your face, try taking a bass shaker and putting it against your nose, and then play a sine wave signal, maybe 40, 50 hertz. You know what? It feels like someone just punched you in the nose. It's a little unnerving, but then why would put a bass shaker on your nose? Or I wouldn't put it on your forehead and do stupid too much. Short, quick, and then it feels like being punched, um, without necessarily having the pain. Um, yeah, done very unusual things with bass shakers just to see what effects you get from them, with a sine wave tone. Um, but then you sit in a seat that's flexible and you make a fist and shake. You can see everything, made my face shaking. I do it. Oh God, that starts to ring my ears. You know what? It hardly makes a level sound on the SBL, because I can hear an audible sound, the shaking of the seat, of course. Like you could say, like an earthquake, because it'd be kind of infrasonic, and then it's the amount of energy, and then it just, when the walls start moving and breaking, they make a sound. The same with the floor. It starts, it buckles. All the floorboards, they just start coming, bing, and they make a sound, don't they? That would be very loud. Of course, a piece of wood, snap, bang. Oh, that's easily going to be 90 dB plus. Just and snapped. Ah, or just uh, do about ooh, ooh. Okay. Yeah, it is showing up. It is showing something on the meter when I set it to 70. I'm not too quite sure what that is showing me, really. It shows a level 70 plus, but it's hard to say whether that's. Um, it's really hard to determine because I need the meter. I don't need to hold it, so it could be some handshake or some sort of where it's. Of course, I could use the RTA microphones to see if there's a frequency response. It's a bit difficult to see there. A little bit of noise on that monitor. I think I've got to change the power transformer on that. I've got to get a different step down power transformer converter, because that's a bit jaded in that monitor. It's over 30 years. I'm surprised it still works, but yeah, it probably needs to be changed. Got to find the right type power transformer thing. Doesn't have to be necessarily the same model, just as long as it's the same voltage and input and output voltages. And it, of course, I can get it to fit inside. Otherwise, I can completely ignore some of that. Just turn that down because I know it's not real. It's just put another booth monitor on there. Well, those are just filters, they're just frequencies. Oh yeah, there's a Wasset thing I've got, a little Wasset converter thing that can do some. Uh, always get that whooshy effect when you move, when you just listen to it, or turn your head, or turn one speaker off, and even still, it's very easy to notice with generated artificial sound. In the real world, it's you, depending on how trained your hearing is, and what suddenly you hear something, and then suddenly you might want to do some weird thing because you could hear a certain sound, and then just do that and see if you could hear a comb filter effect thing going on. um, Otherwise, you got to hear any system in any room is going to have a comb filter effect. All this stupid Atmos rubbish. Oh, what was that? The Joe Intel, the Daily Hi-Fi guy. What was he doing the other day? Found his next best Atmos speakers. They're not Atmos speakers. A speaker is a speaker. It's the crossover that makes the speaker. You could send it to Danny Research, and he's going to say, well, the crossover on this is completely fucked up. you know, because it's the crossover. And then you look at the speaker drivers, boom, 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 what they look like, how they're placed, how they're fitted. Yeah, I agree. You know, very small off axes of the sound going horizontal, arriving against a certain surface area creates a very. I'm surprised the JBL speakers that he was talking about that I got, the vintage ones. I forgot what model they are, the 4312 or the 4311. And then they got one version where it looks like it's upside down. And well, I might as well just turn the bloody speaker upside down because it look like the same speaker drivers, only what is JBL smoking? Why are they making two bloody when you could just simply fucking turn the fucking thing upside down? You don't need to buy another one. Same crossover shit and oh. I haven't fully I haven't fully tested those JBLs. They're a passive crossover. I might do a video on that. I might do a live video on that where I connect the passive crossovers to the THX monitor and do a frequency sweep on each crossover unit, each speaker, and then look at the overlay to see if the overlays are matching. I was very surprised to see a mismatch with some other passive crossovers, JBL HT1Fs, THX ones, one from Denmark, one from the USA. They should be the spec. They should be the same spec. This whole Lucas spec, Lucas Tom Holman spec. But no, the crossovers, the offsets on some, I think it was the bass driver or the tweeter crossover, they were slightly offset. They weren't lining up. They should be lining up 1 to 1, but they were slightly shifted. I thought, whoa, well, that's definitely going to make the sound of the speaker sound, you know, um, and it's going to be a very awkward thing to EQ. You think which component on the crossover is doing that slight, you know, is it the capacitors? Is it the coil wind on the which part is doing that? Because they're supposed to be identical. Like, well, if I buy ambrosia rice pudding, eh, well, I've got a few cans. I haven't put them on the scales to weigh. They should all be equally the same weight, shouldn't they? You know, processed. Devon knows how they do it. You know, if I fill this bottle up, well, no, you buy a bottle of water. Is the volume water ounces the same weight in every bottle? Coca-Cola and all that rubbish. Yeah, is it all the same? Yeah, should be standardized internationally, innit? Because that's what they sell internationally. Should all be the same. Oh, it's the same design bottle. Should be the same weight content in that bottle, you know? If it isn't, you ain't getting your dollar's worth for your Coca-Cola. Oh, yeah. Oh, oh my! I have to say, my health is. Oh, bloody hell! Oh, flipping heart fibrillation. It sucks. Oh. Yeah, I mean, this guy with all his 20, was it 22 sub bass speakers he's got? I don't know. Has he checked? You know, you think about it, those subs that he buys every now and then, I think they cost around nearly $5,000, $5,000. And what's he doing? Stereo sub bass in some of those, or is it just or is it just a mess of sound that's using bass management? Um, because you really wouldn't be able to tell where the LFE is if you're using bass management. You'd just be creating a real huge jumble of a mess. I think when that bloody thing came in with Tom Holman or whatever. I think he's just making he's not making it okay. He's creating a mess. But at the same time, trying to create something that's a little bit okay, but also a mess. Because when I tried bass management for many years ago, I'm thinking, "God, it doesn't sound or feel anything like what I heard at the cinema, in a THX cinema. It didn't feel anything like it. It was complete opposite. And I thought, how can I get around it? I saw an audio mixer in a second-hand shop, and I thought, if I put that, connect that with the system, and buy a little car hi-fi crossover thing, had 120 and 80 hertz crossover slope filter on it, and I connected that together because then I had individual control on the mixer. So I got the line inputs of left, center, right, surround, LFE going into a 6-channel audio mixer, and I got the output, the master output level, and I got the individual levels, and I could compensate. Whereas with the bass management years ago, you had no way to adjust those signal levels. It just goes in and you got no control. The only control it got is just the control level of the sub output level combined with the LCRS. And it just made a complete bloody mess. It was a complete mess. So, yeah, but now with all processors now, you can make adjustment levels, crossover slope levels, gain level adjustments, EQ levels on those, I think, as well. But that's not the way to do it. LFE should be a separate signal, a separate mono boring signal that only occasionally plays now and then. And most of the bass is coming from either the surrounds or the LCR channels. Because you look at some typical soundtracks, and those channels are most typically are active, and then occasionally you see the LFE adding a bit of extra support or effect. Works pretty well on the error braking on 2010 Space Odyssey thing. Looks pretty effective on that. But you don't quite get the G-force effect, which I don't think you want, especially if you've got a heart issue, heart condition things. I don't think you want to be messing around with. Yeah. But what's going to go first, the organs or your hearing? Anyway, I'm still not finished with this thing because I find it boring. I find, I'm just, all these devices are just manipulating sound to probably get it sound better than what it, because our homes are small. We don't have 40 or 60 feet wide rooms, where the speaker position is wider. And then when you when you look at cinema seating, where how the front row is positioned with a curve in relation to where the speakers are positioned, the left, the right, and their angles and the off axes of the sound frequencies. You know, so if you're seated far left front, the sound you're going to hear a little bit more coming from the left stage, and then the center stage would be second, and thirdly the right stage. It'll sound a little distant, but you'd hear it. Yeah, just like as if in the real world you're in one position, you hear someone talking or yelling, say outdoors, maybe on a beach where it's pretty open, less reflection, and you hear their voice, but it's distant, and it is what it is. It's way over there, but it's distant, and it's got spaciousness. You create that in a mix, and you've got to create a fabrication of it sounds distant, and then you got a mix, and then so it sounds like when the person's getting nearer, their voice level frequency changes, and the loudness of the SPL level of their voice until they're near. Sometimes I hear some movie soundtracks, and it's like, crikey, they didn't even get the continuity right on the voice. You see someone in a distant shot, and then when it cuts to a close-up, there's no change in the level of the dialogue. What? How can that possibly be? Because it should be distant. It should be almost like, you know, you're focusing on it. It should be almost very hard to notice sometimes with other competition of voices or whatever's going on. Depends on the situation of you could do the same with sine wave tones and manipulate. Have on sine wave tone play, or sorry, not play, generate 1 kilohertz tone, and then have another tone that's maybe in the 2 kilohertz range, and then adjust its level so it sounds kind of very faint or distant, but you could just barely hear it. And you got this 1 kilohertz, so yeah, I could do that. Mess around. You see, it's boring, isn't it? You know, you got movies today. You know what all these Atmos movies are? They're complete woke. They don't entertain me anymore. Yeah, it's like Gladiator. Is it entertaining? No. No longer entertaining me. Because it is not a 3D sound format. When they get a little bit real, with Dolby Labs want to get real, yeah, I'll wait. But I'm not getting any younger. Okay, where is it? Generator. So I need to, oh gosh, where is it? Need to open a second REW. Open up. No, I don't need that. Where is it? Where is it? Generator. There we go. That one there. Okay, that one there. That one there. Tone. I think that's right. Okay. So I go up a few octave on this one. Got that one 2K. I don't need to go to what's it? I generate this out on the hour center channel output. Okay. Okay, it's still picking up pink sound there. Okay. Oh, have I got the what's it set to? Hang on. I've got the input level set to HDMI number 7. Okay. Yeah, I hear it. Oh, where's that going? Is that going out on the OLED? Yeah, turn that down. Okay, it's on the JBL center. There's 1 kilohertz down there. Turn it up a little bit. Generate 2 kilohertz. If it's generating. Ah, there we go. Because I was inverting the signal, and if I go down to 1 kilohertz, I should see. Hang on. Oh yeah, see a signal change there, and then invert. So I see a different signal change there. That 2 kilohertz, see, sounds like it's a little bit higher up. I'll just turn the level down a bit on there. And turn it down a little bit more. I can still hear it there. And turn it down a little bit more. I still hear it. How much dB level? Just turn it up a little bit there. That's 10, 20. That's just below 20 dB. I can still hear it a little bit. And of course, the pitch of the frequency, if I go to another frequency, and then it gets a bit fainter because our hearing rolls off and so forth. Just take it down a bit quieter. Oh, that's right, that's the 1K. Messing with the 1K there, take that back up. that there, move that over there. That's it. Turn that 2K down a bit more. Turn it up a bit. I can still hear it, but it sounds like a whistly effect. I'm turning both of those off. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, fucking hell, you don't need 150. Just listening to that, a modest SPL level was barely even 80 dB in this position. But the tones were starting to sound like moving. They were kind of like oscillating, like wee, 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 wee. Oh. And you know what? That shit is so unnatural. I don't hear shit like that in the real world. If I did, I'd think, whoa, what's going on? Is it some sort of Area 51 Earth encounter alien attack or something? Oh. Plus, like say, one of my, one side is picking up mostly, if I had two microphones here, or use the binaural, the dummy head, have that position, and then see which ear is picking, which is picking up what signal at what SPL dB level. And then you move that position and you turn it, rotate it, tilt it, and then the tone and that frequency. Because when you tilt it, you're moving forward slightly. And then you pick up the frequency sometimes, and then you get up to high frequencies, and then sometimes they get a little bit more problematic, especially when they're going out into a room. If you're using headphones, they're less problematic because the signal doesn't really change. You can move around anywhere in the room and the signal stays the same. Wouldn't that be so ideal if you could get the signal to stay like that? You wouldn't need this Trinnov bass crap waveforming nonsense at what, 50,000, 50, what do they sell those processors for? 50,000 or something? Just so you can have some bass wave thing? Oh, it's just a pack of an algorithm of electronics at the end of the day. Surely there must be better other ways around it, Oh, yeah, just like this guy that buys this sub-bass speaker. Why? I'm surprised he doesn't have a Trinnov. With the amount that he's spent on those sub-bass speakers, they're like nearly $5,000 a piece. And he's got, what, 20 of them? He could have bought himself a Trinnov and some second-hand bass drivers off eBay, less cheaper, and use that bass wave thing to see if it floats the boat. I mean, how long would it be until Storm Audio come out with their version, or maybe something that's, at the end of the day, it's just a pack of electronics. I want to sort of try the same sort of thing with some pack of electronics, a DSP, and sort of manipulate the signal. Not as many success at the moment because one of the devices was it's very bit awkward to set up, and one I need to fix the capacitors on the power supply, and fucking hell. Just for sub bass. But I know when adjusting the phase control on two sub bass speakers, you get a kind of forward, a sort of movement in the signal when it's playing, generating a sound for the sub bass signals. Sine wave tone is audibly noticeable in the signal changing. Pink noise, it's kind of, you notice it, but it's very vague. But it's happening. and just changing I was thinking sort of like something like a phase control that can alternate randomly moving, and then it would create a sort of some sort of poor man's stereo LFE signal where it's got some sort of movement, because when you just listen to LFE it's just the same signal just moving, but it's not um sort of, yeah, got some actual movement. It's just the differences in the, so if you play 50 hertz at the back and 50 hertz at the front, and then you measure it with the microphone, moving the microphone around until you got the signals equal to where they are in the room, because the room is, um, not necessarily the same shape, the same, one at the front, one at the back. The back of the room is totally different to the front. The width, and I've got a chimney breast over one side, and that changes the way the bass wave goes out and what it's arriving and what it hits against, and then shifts and changes that frequency, and then adds a little extra dB on top. Oh gosh! Otherwise, like I say, I measure it voltage wise, yeah, and then measure it acoustically, and it's like, it's the total opposite. Sometimes you've got to move your seating. I mean, you check an auditorium, a cinema auditorium would be completely different. It's not going to be the same. But ever wondered why it looks like that? So you got the seating sloping down, and then you get near to the back of the auditorium, and then the wall at the floor to the ceiling is less higher than it is at the front because of the way the bass wave moves. And you don't want it booming right at the bloody back of the auditorium where it's just completely bloody unbearable. It's not easy to do that in a home. You've got to have a solid floor, such, and then that's built wood and such, and have maybe a row of seats at the back, but you've got to have a bit of height in the ceiling, and typical homes is just not enough. That's why typical homes, they're always this shape, always that sort of shape. They're not like a cinema auditorium. Of course, that's changes, so you could put a lot of things on the ceiling, at the back of the ceiling, and change the height of the ceiling at the back, because always sounds boomy at the back. And you play sine waves at 20 hertz, and they seem pretty uniform around the room. You go up to the other frequencies, and then they get a little bit awkward. But then I don't really care. I don't care. I mean, going outdoors and listening and walking around, I'm feeling infrasonic low frequency walking around. I don't put much thought into it, but I notice it as a sound. But it doesn't sound like stupid Jurassic Park, all that stupidity, nonsense. T-Rexes, boom, boom, boom. That's a load of bullshit. An elephant is walking around like that. This is a pretty large animal. Does it make all that boom, boom, boom noise? No, of course it doesn't. Oh, unless it's walking on top of you, then you'd feel the bloody elephant. I tell you, a lot of people with own fears, and I tell you, they got such a misunderstanding about sound, as well as the sound mixers that mix that rubbish. are totally BSing the public with fake sound news. Because basically Dolby Labs have got a crap delivery format system that's not very acoustically, psychoacoustically, yeah. Bloody Atmos, what a load of nonsense. You know, I get better sound with the experimental overhead than with Dolby's DSU upmixer. And I'm utilizing 9 speakers. Most typical homes only would utilize either 2 or 4 or 6, and that is, or maybe 8 or 10, depending on what sort of processor they got connected, and that is all. But it's taking a sound signal from the front, left, and right, and it puts it in the surround seating zone area, which doesn't sound matched. I know where the sound signal's coming from. When I use it here, it's like, oh wow, I'm getting a flashback to Tower Park over 30 years ago. Not many homes can do that, except mine, of course. And I prefer using that. I prefer playing just Dolby stereo movies. Turn my back on Atmos. I couldn't care less for Atmos anymore. Because every time I put one of those crappy Atmos movies on, it is a complete, holy, bloody sounding mess. The bloody sound mix balances are completely a mess. And it's like, I'm looking at the VU level meters. I'm thinking, bloody hell. It's no wonder most people can't hear it in a home. Because most AV receivers, unlike cinema processors, CP 850s, 950, 950A. Well, 950A is neither here or there. It's the same bloody processor, only with a different conversion board that fits on the back of the processor. Anyway, the 950, you got VU level meters. Every processor made for the home, every AVR should all have level meters, especially when you're buying something that costs how much? And there's only few that have level meters, and everything else that's like a typical AVR, AVP, AVR. Oh, you look at but if you want level meters, that's easy. You just add on. Yeah, you just got to buy something else to add on, so you've got some proper responsive LED meters, not one of these cheap things. I bought one of them. One guy I know, he bought them, and then I bought this. I think the same one or similar. And then what I noticed with these LED things were that they don't respond in the same way, because I tried it with sine wave tone signal, because I was a little bit suspicious the way it looked like just some sort of light show effect, but it didn't look like a proper VU meter, because when I tested it with sine wave, I noticed it didn't have the same response to what I'm seeing on the Storm audio processor or the Sony, or even the CP, whatever, 750. It didn't have the same response. I thought it's just a gimmick effect, for crying out loud. If you got to buy something that's got a proper, you got to pay a little bit more. Oh dear. Or you can cut some corners cheaply. Buy some cheap cassette players, stereo cassette players, very cheap, and take the parts out of it. Yeah, and then because all you need is the input signal to use, so you got to strip it down and build it and put it into a box, a new box. So you got and then the meters then have a proper response to the sound and frequencies and sine wave or whatever. They got a proper, they don't look like a cheap Chinese LED light show. Otherwise, the things work, but they just are not proper responsive. Bit of a waste of time. Yeah, you need proper meters on to see that, what is going on with this soundtrack? What is wrong with this picture? And then you got to compensate, because you could have the levels all perfectly voltage matched with the amplifier, so the signal going, you could have all the same speaker drivers, bass drivers, HF horns to do the sound coverage output, have it all voltage level, but when you play one of those crappy Atmos mixes, it's like, bloody hell, the surround, the overheads, the level is down here, and the LCR and the LCRS signals, they're way up here. How, it's like CB radio. It's like this is outputting high output, and this here is using standard output power. OTT goes over the top. Frequency masking. You're not going to notice it. You've got to readjust the levels. Every time I've got to put that crap, if I ever care to put that movie on again, that crappy, overrated Mad Max road rage movie, I got to adjust the bloody levels. And then that film is okay to play, even though it's a load of crap. And then it's okay to listen to that crappy Atmos, and then listen to how many sound flaws there are. Oh yeah, when you get a vehicle moving overhead, it doesn't move overhead. But if I want to make it go overhead, oh yeah, I've got some tricks up my sleeve. I can make that vehicle go overhead because I know where the sound is going, but it doesn't sound like it's going overhead. And what about below? What about down there, the floor level? Yeah. Bloody hell, all that bullshit 3D. What a load of nonsense. I wonder how much Atmos really cost, and then what they're selling it at. And then how many channels you get. Or how many. Got to look at something, haven't you? Like a picture image. You got to be in that picture image. You got to be, you got to be in an actual position. To hearing real sound in real world and be above it. I mean, you don't have to be really high above, only so far above. 20 feet above people, crowd of people, whatever. Does it sound like that they are up there in the, like I heard in one crappy Atmos movie, and I destroyed that disc because it was totally offensive. It was an offensive re-recording mixing, offensive director, offensive. The movie itself was a load of rubbish. The story was offensive. that Dolby Labs connected with. It was complete offense of bullshit 3D sound. Gran Toro, whatever it was, a load of crap. You got a crowd of people screaming and shouting in the overhead, yeah, and the camera is flying over the crowd. The crowd is down there on the screen. The crowd is down there, and yet I'm hearing what? It doesn't make sense. It's just a load of random crap Atmos mixing just to get like people to think, yeah, a lot of people are with their Atmos home theater are clueless. And they shill this bullshit on YouTube to try, because they've probably got a little affiliation with the bloody whoever provided the disc to them about a month early before its actual street release, just so they can bullshit. Oh, we've seen your video. Oh, here, do a review on this. They do some positive reviews, no negative, otherwise you won't get a $20 crisp dollar in the post, you know. Yeah, crap. A lot of Atmos is just complete load of random that doesn't make sense. Oh, you got to look at the picture and listen to those overheads to see if they actually make sound continuity sense, or does it just sound like a load of random? Because really, if I was above the crowd, I would hear the crowd below me. I wouldn't hear it up there. You know why you wouldn't hear it up there? Because there's no ceiling. There's no solid surface ceiling for the sound to go up and then reflect. But most of its direct response is going to be below, and you're going to only hear a minimal reflection. Minimal. All this bullshit of pointing Atmos speakers up to the ceiling, all that's going to do, you can't do low frequencies. It's not going to reflect. Boom. You test it with an RTA analog, a microphone, and start moving that bloody speaker around and see how much bloody frequency response picks up on the RTA analyzer. If I use my hands just a few inches away from my ears, I can angle them and then pick up the high frequency, push, reflecting there, and then going across this way. And I get a little bit more high. But lower frequencies, no, it doesn't work. So those Atmos bouncy speakers are completely useless for low free. You might as well fix the bloody things on the ceiling. That's how it's been done for decades. Decades! Back to the late 60s, for crying out loud. God. People think Atmos is a bloody brand new thing. It's been out almost 15 years. Crikey, when people were talking about yapping about bloody Pro Logic when that came out, but they didn't make too much of a big deal of it. There was just things like, oh, is there any other better way to get I don't know, a uniform surround coverage? There's plenty of ways. You can use multiple output. so you've got speakers in the floor, sidewalls, ceiling, and then you're completely in this surrounded. So you got the same speakers, and you balance the levels, you check the EQ and all that. You adjust, make little adjustments if necessary, and then it would seem like, and you would feel, because depending on how the speakers are fitted in the floor or designed in a wooden floor, be whether it on a concrete floor, and then you put an artificial wooden floor on the surface of a concrete floor, and you design it and so that you could feel it as well and hear it completely, like, whoa, well, that's completely opposite to the cinema, because the cinema's only got a budget. If the cinema had a bigger budget, they'd probably want to think, why don't we try that? You know? Is that how we hear sound in the real world? Well, I suppose you could put a microphone on the pavement, a microphone that's at different height levels, yeah, up to a certain height level, or maybe a bit higher for experimentation to see what goes on with in regards to frequency response. Yeah, let me see now. You don't really sometimes you want to do it so it's safe, and you know it's safe, and it's not going to cause a disruption, and you know it's absolute safe, but you don't want to get the other people, nosy people involved, because they'll start saying blah blah blah. But there are ways around it. So you could go to a motorway, and you can put microphones on a bridge. So the vehicles are going down there. You could put microphones down a little bit nearer, closer to the road, but not on the road. So they're say off, and they're just, yeah. And you can analyze the sound on multiple analyzers, looking at the ground based microphones and the ones on the bridge, an array, and then analyze, look at the frequency response to see, oh, right, that's what it sounds like. Unless, of course, you want to suspend yourself off the bridge, but I don't think you want to do that, because someone's going to notice and then start calling. Next thing you know, you got the pigs turning up, spoiling the experiment. Or you could do that. You could do it in a car park. You need some rigging, and you can drive a vehicle, get someone to drive a vehicle around a car park and that. So it's all in a controlled environment, rather than, because you never know. Motorways and that are unpredictable. You don't want a car suddenly, drunk driver, crashing into your microphones. So yeah, you could probably do it at a car park, and you just do it more controlled, to see how it sounds. So you could have additional microphones on the vehicle itself, on the outside of the vehicle. That's all been done before for those crappy Atmos movies, probably like that Ford vs Ferrari crap, which sounded absolutely crap. I don't know why it should receive an Academy Award for sound achievement. There wasn't hardly any achievement in it. All the sound positions that I heard in this room were in the wrong location, the wrong positions, and it didn't make sense. And it completely distracted me from the movie. So, yeah. If you haven't got enough encoding channels, then you haven't got enough there to play back for the, or to mix and to create a psychoacoustic effect. I mean, you can't entirely do it all, because that'd be a ridiculous amount of bloody encoding mixing channels, decoding, and amplifiers, cables, and speakers. Oh, for Christ's sake. You might as well just go out and enjoy the real thing. It's a lot cheaper as well. Oh, because then you think, crikey, unless someone could really do a good recording, and it's like, wow, sounds like being in a vehicle acoustically, except for the inertia going forward and back, that sort of thing, when the vehicle's stopping or moving it, and you feel inertia, you feel movement, everything except that. And the recording of, say, 2 or 3 people in a vehicle, and then have it stereophonically directional, so you hear the voices, and so it sounds like, oh, wow, sounds just similar to being in a vehicle, but it's not, because it's still in a room which is a certain size, bigger than a vehicle, interior of a vehicle, depending on what size of the vehicle it is. Yeah, and the loudness of the vehicle, and the so you hear the voices. But there's plenty of things that can be set up in a vehicle, better than a smartphone, because the smartphones are not really that smart. So you need something, a little bit better, but not too expensive, and then you just get a good recording. Um, but there's a few other things there are missing. Because you've got an image that's up front, and so if someone's in a vehicle moving a camera around, it's the same as what if we move our head and turn, the shift and pitch of the vehicle will have slight change because the way the vehicle is humming, and if idling, you turn the car engine on, and if you start moving around the vehicle, you'd hear the pitch and change of the humming. You would hear it slightly changing as you move around. So you're going closer to a boundary surface near a door or and you hear the change in the tone of the vehicle, as well as maybe the mechanical feel, vibration of the vehicle as well. So there's a lot of things, that an Atmos system just can't do. Just can't. And so if it can't do that, then it's not going to create a believability of a I probably just destroyed everybody's hope and dreams for their Atmos system home theater. But I've got fed up. I got fed up after listening to Atmos after a couple of years, thinking, crikey, the soundtracks are just boring. I mean, I think I just prefer just simple Dolby stereo. It's a lot less complicated, and it still provides, well, depending on how you got it set up. Like I say, do the surrounds. So you got this. Do the surrounds in several flavors, like several formats. Depending on what sort of surround. Is it mono matrix, which obviously will be. Is it mono discrete, or is it stereo, split stereo surround, or is it stereo surround? Because the split stereo and stereo are two entirely different things, because the frequency responses are slightly different. 70mm versus digital, because with digital you can have the surrounds totally full bandwidth, whereas the split surrounds are a little bit limited, but they still provide a good impact, like Superman the movie. Superman the movie sounds a lot better than Apocalypse Now. Why is that? I mean, there's not really a whole lot going on in Apocalypse Now when you think about it. You verse Superman the movie versus Apocalypse Now. Superman the movie's got far much more activity in the surrounds than it does with Apocalypse Now. I think Apocalypse is just overrated. It's like that Atmos movie that's got, oh wow, but it's so overrated, and it's got hardly any bloody usage in the overhead. But like I say, if you want some of that, you don't have to use that up mixer, because that up mixer's crap. Use an up mixer that's going to up mix the surround signal itself, be it the back surround or the side surround, which the side surround is the original surround signal. And that original signal should wrap around the room. The speakers should wrap, but no AV processor can do that. You could do it on a Storm Audio, create a left half, right half surround configuration, but what it can't do is it can't do proper EX. It can't do proper surround EX, which is a 4-channel output, not a 3-channel. It's 4-channel. So it can't do that. You could plug in a matrix decoder or an SA10 to do that, but it's a bit of a mess to do the wiring and make it, because it's got to decode the sidewall surrounds and then take the phantom signal from those sidewalls, as well as the back as well, because it's a left half, right half, and then send the signals separately. So yeah, it's a bit of a mess to do it with because the outputs on the processors today are a little bit wired differently to a conventional 6-channel system that has all the surrounds wired up together. Most systems, I think even the CP750, I think that can do EX, but again, it would be a cheap, watered down version of Dolby's original, or basically it's my idea. That idea came to my mind back in 1989. That's nearly 10 years before Surround EX. Of course, if I had not talked the Dolby Labs on the phone a year before 1998, chances are Surround EX would never have come around, and it would only be used in one home cinema, mine of course, and I would tell everyone later how they can do it when I go on the internet and say, all you do here is just add a ProLogic decoder and bam, you got a signal that's with a decent stereo surround. You got a kind of like a 3-channel signal. And there's a fourth one, but I didn't use it then. I didn't use that output of the fourth output channel until year 2000. I thought, well, I've been using this for a while. I got these other speakers. I'll fit them on the ceiling, and that was 2000. And then see what it sounds like. It was a little bit of the same. Only it had a little kind of ambience, but there was a sound up there, a sound image above. But the speakers were not the same as the others. And I only used it for a couple of weeks, and then I took it all down because the speakers weren't the same. I didn't have any more speakers that were same as what I was using around the room, which worked fine, not brilliant. They were terrible in bass response, but they weren't the same. I mean, the other speakers were a little bit smaller, the other ones were a little bit larger, but not really brilliant and bass response, but just okay for matching middle range frequency with the other JBLs in the front of the room. So that's the problem with the they don't have the like these Surround EX for the home version is only a 3-channel. Doesn't use the 4-channel, the fourth output to create the overhead. Otherwise, that could have been done in the home as early as 2000. Could have been used in the Phantom Menace. You never know. Some engineers will be thinking, well, we've got these other extra outputs here. Why not use them? Let's see what's there, you know? Do you think the audience, do you think Dolby Labs are going to give a rat's ass about whether we're breaking their standard rules or whatever? Why do we have to always follow them like bloody sheep, for Christ's sake? And of course, basically, Dolby Labs, they rip off my idea, don't they? They don't give me any credit for it. Any recognition. It's not an invention, it's just simply a discovery. Thinking, why does it always sound like this in 70mm films? Because that was ultimately what back then splits the round stereo. You always get this kind of it's okay, I don't mind it, but it's like this weird disorientation effect sometimes when a sound is panning and you get for a brief moment, because and I was thinking, why not just have some way to separate it? Of course, it was just idolizing and listening to the cinema booth monitor and switching through the booth monitor from the LCR to the surrounds and listening to how the surround signal sounds, and then suddenly I got an idea. I'm sure other people were also thinking the same thing, maybe back then, maybe earlier than myself. But it didn't seem to be implemented into a into a home or cinema. That's strange. When I talk about it on the phone, 1998, next year, bam. As if, oh, I just spoke to this guy in England. He was talking about this, blah blah blah. And then I think, oh yeah, oh yeah, that could be done. Oh, that's easy. Oh, why didn't we do this years ago? Yeah, could have been done. Could have been done as early as 1988. I could have been still with the cinema at UCI and say, hey, I got this idea. But this cinema here wouldn't be capable of doing it because it's only capable of showing 35mm, not 70mm. I like the way that feels. And it goes back and you feel a bass. Boom. That's the boom. Yeah. The longer play out. Ouch. No, that hit my fingers. The waved up and down. It hit my finger there. That ouch. Do it shorter. Yeah, a bit longer. Oh yeah, different bass feel, different energy. Interesting. Wow. I'm sure it'd be very groundbreaking. Yeah. So when using the time delay, yeah, just creates a load of ripples. And just modulates the frequencies and shifts. You gotta have microphones set up very carefully in room, and then also looking at the direct frequency response to see how that compares to the the direct versus the in room to where the microphones are placed, and seeing how the frequencies are kind of like I say, like, yeah, kind of like overlapping like that when it's normal, and then when it's using time delay, it kind of goes like that. And creates a bit of a, yeah. It's simple to listen to a passage of dialogue panning, half panned, and then just adjusting the time delay, and then going from seat to seat to seat. But there wasn't any time delay going on in the cinema. That's the interesting thing, because those sort of things weren't going on. Not in a CP Pro, not in a Dolby CP 200. The only time delay is used for the surrounds, not for the screen channel. Now it's, oh crikey, time delay for this and that. Oh, for crying out loud! When you start using it, you could create a more holy mess than what you got. It's positioning the speakers carefully, checking their frequency response and so forth, and until, because when you listen to it on, say, stereo headphones, there's no time delay going on, unless of course you add a time delay, and then you notice something weird going on in the signal, but not too much, probably maybe interference, because the signals are going direct to left and right. Probably yeah. Oh. Yeah, let me just play that sine wave again. Let me play a sine wave tone instead of pink noise. Generate 1 kilohertz there. Generate 1 kilohertz. Turn up a little bit. How many speakers is that going? That's going right. Turn that one off. So that on the left channel. Okay. That on the center. Coming up at the same level there. Okay. Turn them both on. Signal goes up a little bit because it's multiplying. Change the time delay. Put the time delay on the center. I see a signal going up a little bit more there because of the time delay. It's adding and it's shifting and it's adding a little bit more boost on the 1 kilohertz. And then change it to a different time delay and the signal on the 1K drops down, it subtracts. So there's a bit of subtraction going on there. Of course, if I change the polarity on the center channel, for example, that signal will go up. Change the polarity, the signal goes up. Put it back to, and the signal goes down. And I'll change the time delay. What the time delay is set at, I think that's 14 feet. That's a little bit unnecessary, 14 feet, but set it to 10 foot, and then that's probably, I can just barely see. I think that's 2 foot, 1 foot, and then turned off, and it only adds a little dB gain boost because it's a little tiny boost there, and then turn off one of the HF horns, and then the signal just goes back down to the, what's it like on the right side? What's that look like? Get there. Okay. Turn on the left. Oh, I'm seeing a subtraction in the signal. What's going on there? Is one of the HF horns, all the wiring, slightly reversed? What's going on? All the time delays are set, turned off. Polarity says all the same. Just got to reverse the polarity for a HF horn. You got to change the polarity for the bass driver in the HF horn because the diaphragm on the HF horn, the diaphragm. I'll just turn that off. The diaphragm on the HF horn is at the back of the unit, so it's facing the opposite direction. So you got to reverse the polarity, or you got to adjust the polarity. So when measuring the sine wave tone on the crossover slope, or the basically you have a microphone on the bass driver, a microphone on the HF horn, two microphones, and you generate a tone. And then you should see on the RTA, you should see the signal going up. If the signal goes down when you turn one of the drivers on, then you know one of the drivers is reversed. You got to adjust until you got the signals correct. Even, you know, so if you had a diaphragm typically on a speaker, it's facing toward you. You know, so it's like there, and there's the reverse. It's behind me now, because that's the shape of the diaphragm. It's a dome shape, and then of course that you got the magnet, and you got the dome diaphragm going against, and it's behind the screen. So you got to reverse it so the signal is going inward, not outward. So it's going inward toward, and then you measure it, and you know it's not a big deal. But why am I saying 1/6? So which is reversed in this room? Is there something reversed, or is it something to do with the phenomena of the standing wave? You know, the way the microphones are positioned, and then that could throw you off target, like thinking you think that speaker's. I mean, all I have to do to confirm if I think I got one of those HF horns reversed, it's not a big deal. Put the microphones close up to the screen, because when you move them, you got a microphone near to the screen, and then when you move that microphone away from the screen, that sine wave tone is going up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. And so you're like thinking, well, where's the optimum best position for it? 1 meter away? Half a meter? 2 meters? 3 meters? Where's the best position? And how that signal is spreading out, and that sine wave is a 1 kilohertz is a certain bandwidth, a certain wavelength, a wave. Even in a small room, you know, you still need a big room, or smaller speakers, and they're placed not too close to the side walls and not too near to the ceiling and not too near to the floor. They're placed at an equal height distance away from the floor, away from the ceiling, and a certain distance away from the side walls. But small speakers don't output big bass power. Need big rooms. But you got to do what is only baby best, or you got to work it out in a room. Yeah, I'll have a look at that. I'm a bit skeptical why that is. So is that my left channel or right channel generally? Okay. Right, that's the left channel. That's the right channel. Now I'll add the left and right together. I'm seeing a subtraction in the frequency. Okay. It's the center channel. And don't forget, the microphones are picking up the signal. All three microphones there are picking up the same signal. They're just okay, so add the left. We'll see the signal go up. Okay, I'll add the right. I'll see the signal going up. Oh, so there can't be a a reverse signal, because okay, so if I go back to the polarity, go back to the okay, center channel, go to the right channel, and to the THX, and then reverse the polarity on the center. Signal goes down a bit, put it back up to normal. Well, what is normal? Go to the right channel, change the polarity. I see the same level, the same, yeah, so okay, go back to the could be a time delay issue. Okay, go back to, okay, mute the center, put the put the left channel on, so that's the right channel, pink, no, sign 1 kilohertz. Put the left channel 1 kilohertz on. Signal goes down. Strange. Yeah, when adjusting the polarity, even though I see the signal level going up a bit higher there. Okay, I'm going to try time delay. So, should I use a short time delay or long time delay? Try short. Hang on. Okay. See if I can get the signal up. See so it goes on. No, I just added a couple of tiny inches of millisecond there, and the signal's gone down. It's gone up a little bit there with a few. Okay, how many milliseconds is that? Or short delay, as far as I can see, 3.39 inches, 0. I can barely focus on the angle looking down at the DCXL. What's that say? 0.25 or 26 millisecond, and the signal's gone up a bit. The signal's gone up a little bit there. Okay, at the center. Signals dropped down a little bit there. Signals dropped down a little bit. Okay. Add a tiny few millisecond short delay on the center HF horn. Signal dropped down a little bit there. Let's drop down a little bit more. Let's drop down a little bit more there. So it's going down, it's subtracting. Okay, it's multiplying again. Okay, it's gone up a little bit there with that time delay there. Okay, how many milliseconds? What have I got there? What I can see? 5.12 inches. Time delay 0.38 millisecond. Okay. Turn that sine wave up. Oh, bloody hell, listening to 1 kilohertz. Oh. Change the theatre mode. Turn that generator off. Where is it? Is it this one here? Where is it? Oh, I can hardly see it. Where is it? Right. Turn that off. Right. Input levels. Input PC stereo 1, 2, 3. Optical number 2. Okay. Let's put this on. What's politically correct? That is not Atmos. I've got it in here. I'm too sure. Oh, there it is. Region 2. Load that. Okay. What's that on the bloody, what's that on the lens? That's better. Yeah, back when it said Lucasfilm. Whoa. Today it would just say, well, they don't do the THX program thing anymore, do they? It's like, do the standards and all that matter anymore? Like, you know, I don't do that anymore. No. Well, obviously the standards for James Cameron's AI crap is obviously not approved. anyone buying it, AI crap, I don't even pity you. I mean, why would you want to buy crap and then shoehorn that crap and then so this crap's brilliant, you know? It's terrible. I mean, you don't even have an original version, do you? You're just stuck with a crikey. The Terminator might as well be the Waxinator. There's some AI shit going on there. I mean, upscaling, bullshitting, and manipulating, bullshitting, just so they can sell the Milkinator. Because that's all it is milking. The Cowinator. Moo! I have come, moo, for Sarah, moo, Connor. Moo, I am the cow, moo-inator. That's all it is, the Terminator. It's the Cowinator. Getting hold of its bitch tits and milking it, damn poor creature. Moo! I'm the Milkinator. Oh, fucking hell. I think the Terminator now, personally, is a rubbish movie. It's overrated because in the way they take the crap movies that were kind of not. I think it did modest box office. It's probably gross, but only got more popular when it went on home video release, and therefore becomes a cult classic. Whatever. How come they haven't bitch tipped and milked Casablanca, Casamilka, Casakawa, and Atmos the bloody shit out of it? So you hear all those German bombs, boom, 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 overhead. Ugh. The Mooinator. Moo! That opening bit there. Yeah, it looks a little bit video processed or so. Yeah, it doesn't look, like bloody hell. What the bloody hell's going on with that blue sky? I don't see blue sky looking like that. For Christ's sake. George Lucas, put a sock in it. It's like you got to use all these video color modes on your TV or a projector to readjust it slightly. You don't need these video calibrators. See, that's another load of bullshit. Coming around into your home, and then asking at the end, asking £500, £600 just so they can mess around with your TV or projector for a few hours. Oh, daylight robbery. Because at the end, you got these crappy things that are produced by so-called professionals, and they look crap. They look absolutely, it's like, what the bloody hell have they done to it? They can't even get the bloody thing to mirror image to the 35mm or 70mm blow up print. They can't get the color balance, for God's sakes. Every color calibrator or colorist is different. The color temperatures and all this bullshit. Color gamut. Ugh. Color gamut. Makes me want to throw up. Oh, it looks kind of normal-ish at the moment now, but I don't know. Still, sometimes I don't know. And all this marketing bullshit, director intent, like, oh gosh, it's got to be spot on and perfect. I think that director intent is a bit of a ruse, a bit of a misleading bit of bullshit to make gullible people that do all these crappy gullible YouTube reviews like, oh yeah, it's director intent. Yeah, right, sure it is. Prove it then. Prove it. Prove it. Concrete evidence proof. Prove it. Otherwise, I think it's a load of bullshit. Sometimes the director's probably not even involved with it, and it's just the studio just sort of like, yeah, and they just probably talk or say blah blah blah, but probably not interested. Send me a copy and all this bullshit. Oh, it's like everyone's got a bloody hat on there. Oh, for Christ's sake. All right, I'll have a listen to this. See what mess it sounds like.
It was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones.
It sounds a little bit loud.
My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Yeah, because I can see the mix levels. I can see the mix levels on the. Sounds like it's a little bit center forward, like it's been home manipulated, and it's like so I could do a few little tricks here, I think. So again.
trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
And then it walks away and goes to an echo sound in the room. But it sounds a little bit forward on the center, like it's been boosted. And I've not even got any signal boosted on this processor. It's all set standard. There's no EQs on this processor that's been adjusted. Any EQ that's adjusted would be done either on the DCX or the DEQ, or maybe just turn the bloody things off and then just readjust the level until I hear it the same timbre level going from the left going over to the center, and just readjust the level.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones.
It's just a little bit forward there. I need to look at the RTA because I'm curious about what's going on.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan.
I know who you are, Mr. Donovan. Your contributions have been extremely generous. Some of the pieces in your collection here are very impressive.
Well, like yourself, Dr. Jones, I have a passion for antiquities. Have a look over here.
Plus, I can't stand this region 2 because it sounds like everyone's got their testicles being squeezed. Sounds like Indiana Jones hasn't dropped his balls yet, for Christ's sake. Sounds like they're being squeezed. I can't stand region 2. Bloody 4% pitch speed up. I might upgrade this to a region 1, but I'm never upgrading it to a bloody Blu-ray. No way. Not even a 4K. Not interested. Probably get the region 1 versions. No, not that. Where is it? Oh, there we are. So, hit the center.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
So very confusing to look at a load of multitude of frequency moving up and down.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Doing it by ear sometimes is probably better.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan. I know who you are, Mr. Donovan. Contributions to the years have been extremely generous. Pieces of your collection here are very impressive. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Let's look at that at a different resolution.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Okay.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Oh, God, have my dinner. Have my milk. What's it that's getting on in the way on the something to do with a grounding on that. I'll sort that out later. Might as well get a USB mixer with USBs because there doesn't seem to be an issue with that. It seems to be with either the 3.5mm jack. Yeah. Yeah.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
My cussing mind's deep. Is that doing?
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Use a little different one.
I trust your trip down.
Wow.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones.
Where's the oh yeah.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Yeah, hang on. Let's go to the, what's it? Go back to...
Your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan. Walter Donovan. I know who you are, Mr. Donovan. Contributions to disabled leaders have been extremely generous. Basis of your question here.
Open two of those and put one on A, put one on left and right. Put one on right.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan. Walter Donovan. I know who you are.
That one is...
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan. Walter Donovan.
Okay. Let's have a look at that. So definitely on the monitor. Yeah, it's on the monitor.
Trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
It's got to be a limited frequency response on the voice there. It's usually down to 100 hertz. Ah. Ah. Oh boy. Oh. Play that again.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Okay, let's look at those averages again. Peak.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Okay. Right, look at the center signal.
Extremely generous.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Just a fraction. Just that on the HS.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan. Walter Donovan.
I know who you are.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Okay, left channel.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Okay, on that Dr. Jones. Let me adjust that.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
So out there at 500 hertz, was it?
I trust your trip down down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Comfortable. Okay, center.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones.
Yeah.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones.
Okay, about there. Just a notch.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones.
Okay, seems about spot on there. Okay.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan.
Okay, just a couple of dB adjusting now. Okay, let's change that time delay to off. Off on there. Off on there, and that one should be, yeah, off. Okay, what's that like?
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Yeah, it's a little bit foggy. A little bit foggy there. Seems like the signal is kind of going in the center more, where it should be shifted. So I'll put those time delays back on. A short time delay. Short time delays there.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
It seems shifted.
My name is Donovan.
Seems shifted over to the left, depending on where I move my position, and then it's just changing. I think.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Probably play better on the left, using the left, center, right, using the 5 screen. Let's set that up. That's okay. Okay. Everything's zeroed on there. There's no EQ filters turned on there. Okay. I'll just go over to the 5 screen. I've just got to balance level it up.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Yeah, on the left center there.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones.
Put the left on.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones.
Okay, go back to the left mute there.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan.
I'm shifting off, panning.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
That's quite a bit of percentage on that. Let's just go back to free screen. Change the delay. Each little change the delay in tiny small intervals.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Screen.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. I trust. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones.
So I'm trying to create an anti.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan.
Let's have a look at that. Have a look at in-room response.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan.
It's on the left.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Okay, here we go.
My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan.
I know who you are, Mr. Donovan. Your contributions to the museum over the years have been extremely generous. Some of the pieces in your collection here are very impressive.
Well, like yourself, Dr. Jones, I have a passion. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan.
I know who you are, Mr. Donovan. Your contributions to the museum over the years have been extremely generous. Some of the pieces in your collection here are very impressive.
Well, like I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Just this level.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Ew, that doesn't sound good.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan.
I know who you are, Mr. Donovan. Your contributions to the museum over the years have been extremely generous. Some of the pieces in your collection here.
Just check. Yeah. And this one here should be should never get any pink noise on that. I'm getting it in the in-room. Where's it on me? Over here. Let me just check the preferences again. Check preferences there. It's left. Okay. Check preference there. It says right. I should be getting the signal. Should be getting the signal over there. Set that to the left. It should be the microphone. Yeah. Oh, and let's check the average B2 116. Okay, right, 16. 30 and 30. Yeah, it's insane. So, oh yeah, that one. Should be getting this preference. Right. It's not coming up on the. I got something switched off on the monitor. It's all corrected there. Oh yeah, because it wasn't monitoring on the what's it channel. Yeah, because I've got to go to the left center, right center on the monitor. There we go. Anyway, got signal there. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mhm. Mhm. Something on the meters. Something about this. 23, 20, 26, 26, 23. Says it should be up a little bit. That's
The tomb is somewhere in the library. You said yourself.
not coming up. Okay. Voltage levels. voltage levels. Oh yeah, it's boring stuff, isn't it? Just for this rubbish. Okay. About the oh, hang on. Yeah, even though where the microphones are positioned and moving my seating position or moving forward changes the sine wave tone. Push that down a bit there. And sit back. Still a tiny fraction. Just bring it down there a bit. Down there a bit. That's 47. Hang on. Let's go up there. Hang on. It's just 85, 90. So put you on that just this first. So about right there. Okay, let's try that again. Level's got to go up a bit. I'm going to put those microphones a little bit closer. Closer. Bring that slow down. Okay. Increase there. You see some subtraction. That's a bit weird. Mm.
ahead.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
My name is Donovan.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
My name is Donovan. Walter Donovan.
Hmm.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
My name is Donovan. Walter Donovan. I know who you are, Mr. Donovan.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
My name is Donovan.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
My name is Donovan. Walter Donovan. I know who you are.
Well, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
My name is Donovan. Walter Donovan. My name is Donovan. Walter Donovan. I know. My name is Donovan. Walter Donovan. I know who you are, Mr. Donovan. Your contributions to the museum over the years have been extremely generous. Some of the pieces in your collection here are very impressive. Extremely generous. Some of the pieces in your collection here are very impressive. In your collection here are very impressive. In your collection here are very impressive. Been extremely generous. Some of the pieces in your collection here are very impressive.
My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
My name is Donovan. Walter Donovan. I know who you are, Mr. Donovan. Extremely generous. Contributions to the museum over the years have been extremely. Contributions to the museum over the years have been extremely generous. The museum over the years have been extremely. Yeah, Mr. Donovan. Contributions to the museum over the years have been extremely generous. Some of the pieces in your collection here. Contributions to the museum over the years have been extremely.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. I trust trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan. I know who you are, Mr. Donovan. Contributions to the museum over the years have been extremely generous. Some of the pieces in your collection here. Walter Donovan. I know who you are, Mr. Donovan. Contributions to the museum over the years have been extremely generous. Some of the pieces in your collection here are very impressive. Like yourself, Dr. Jones, I have a passion for antiquities. Might interest you. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan. I know who you are, Mr. Donovan. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan. I know who you are, Mr. Donovan. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones.
Hmm.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan. I know who you are, Mr. Donovan. Your contributions to the museum over the years have been extremely.
Which one?
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan.
Well, that's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. Okay.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan.
Okay.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan.
I know who you are, Mr. Donovan. Your contributions to the museum over the years have been extremely generous. Some of the pieces in your collection here are very impressive.
It's Dr. Schneider. When we see him.
I don't know. Maybe he'll know us.
Dr. Jones,
Yes.
I knew it was you.
Well, that's better. That's better. It's what happens when you drink too much water Oh gosh, I get drunk. Looks like I need a refill. There's some of those dialogue pans. There's some of these dialogue pans going from left over to left, centre over to centre, over to right, right centre, up, boom, 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 boom.
Yes.
I knew it was you.
What do you know about this place?
I know the Grunwalds are famous art collectors. What are you going to do?
Don't know. Think of something.
Oh wow, like that. It's a very sort of narrow sort of sounding dialogue panning in the vehicle, in the car. You know, the voices shifting, sort of like you can tell it's not like it's over there too much, but it's kind of like the way. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. That sounds good. Over on the 5 screen, and all the Foley sound.
What are you going to do?
Don't know. Think of something.
Wow.
Yes? Only for a time. Do you intend to leave us standing on the doorstep all day with rage? Look, that gun and caught a sniffle. How you expected? Don't take that tone with me, my good man. Now battle off and tell Baron Brunwald there's Lord Clarence MacDonald and his lovely assistant are here to view the tapestries. Tapestries? Dear me, the man is dense. This is a castle, isn't it? There are tapestries. This is a castle. And we have many tapestries. And if you are a Scottish lord, then I am Mickey Mouse. How dare he? Lord, then I am Mickey Mouse. How dare he? Intolerable.
Dr. Schneider, message from Berlin. You must return immediately. Aurelius Institute of Theory and Culture.
So,
What's he saying?
Aurelius Institute of Theory and Culture.
so.
Your presence on the platform is requested at the highest level.
Thank you, Herr Robest. I will meet you at Iskandron.
Take this diary to the Rijksmuseum in Berlin. We'll show them our progress, ahead of schedule. Without the map, I'm afraid it's no better than a souvenir.
Let me kill them now.
No. If we fail to recover the pages from Brody, we'll need them alive.
Well, sounds like she says we'll eat them alive because of the accent. Oh, we need them alive. Oh, right. Sounds like she's saying we'll eat them. Nom, 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 nom. But the dialogue pans are nice there. The positioning is very well.
Without the map, I'm afraid it's no better than a souvenir.
Let me kill them now.
No. If we fail to recover the pages from Brody, we'll need them alive.
Always do what the doctor orders.
That's got
Do what
a nice sort of sound where his character moves from one position and then it has a Doppler. I can hear a Doppler sound shift in the voice sound there. A Doppler shift.
is do what the doctor orders.
Like it's creating, you know. Yeah. Hmm.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope.
Oh, yeah, that's much better.
My name is Donovan, Walter
And the
Donovan.
voice
I know who you
pans
are,
over.
Mr. Donovan. Your contributions to the museum over the years have been extremely generous. Some of the pieces in your collection here are very impressive.
Yeah, all the sound of the fedora hat kind of coming off, like the hand going on the fedora, the hat coming off, and you hear all the stuff. It just totally fabricated over to one side, so it seems believable. And any sort of shuffling body, any sort of body shuffling movement, and the fabric sound on the clothing rustling.
My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan.
I know who you are, Mr. Donovan.
The hands shake, the hands coming together in the center channel.
Your contributions.
I think they could have panned the dialogue on this scene a little bit. They could have panned it so it'd go left center, right center. So, you know, because the center channel, you know, where the center channel is on the screen down the middle. Just where this microphone boom is. Boosh. That'd be roughly where the center is, and then the right left center over here, and then the right center over there, and then the right channel over there, and then the left channel way over here. You know, that's where you want the voices to match. So they could have done a little bit more there. They use some a lot, or quite, but they could have used a bit more.
Extremely generous.
Because if you're standing just a few feet away from them in the middle, you'd hear the voice over to the right, over to the left.
Collection here are very impressive.
But they go with the Foley.
The pieces in your
They go with the Foley there. You can hear all the rustling details, left to right.
Like yourself, Dr. Jones, I have a passion for antiquities. Have a look over
And all the footstep movement.
these. Have a look over here. This might interest you.
Well, it's sandstone.
I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones. My men didn't alarm you, I hope. My name is Donovan, Walter Donovan.
I know who you are, Mr. Donovan. Your contributions to the museum over the years have been extremely generous. Some of the pieces in your collection here are very impressive.
Like yourself, Dr. Jones, I have a passion for antiquities. Have a look over here. This might interest you.
Well, it's sandstone, Christian symbol, early Latin text. Early Latin text. Early Latin text. Mid-12th century, I should think.
That was our assessment as well.
place.
I know the Grunwalds are famous art collectors. What are you going to do?
Don't know. Think of something.
I see Brody. Seems okay. Got a tank.
£6 gun.
What do you think you're doing? Get down!
Wow. That dialogue panning. Wow.
£6 gun.
What do you think you're doing? Get down!
Dad, we're well out of range.
Wow.
We're well out of range.
Wow.
£6 gun.
What do you think you're doing? Get down!
Dad, we're well out of range.
Wow. See that sort of explosion sort of thing. Yeah, that's kind of believable. I could feel that in the chest. Like, I suppose like a very loud sound that could move a tremendous amount of air suddenly. Boom. But yeah, you can see everything on the I think a shock wave or something.
Range.
Whoa, you feel that cannon on that tank. Oh, feel that cannon. Boom.
Range. We're well out of range.
Wow. I can see a sort of shockwave in that's been generated by the pyrotechnic. Even with pyrotechnic, that's still, these performers are pretty near to this. I couldn't care less to be near anything like something like that, knowing what sort of controlled explosion that is, pyrotechnic. It's probably a gasoline type with something that's specifically, I don't know, to bits of it to break apart in a certain way. I don't know. Still looks pretty dangerous. Oh, flipping it, and the sound effects with it. Wow. Flipping it. Feel it. Yeah, the wheel going, panning across the screen on flames.
That car belonged to my brother-in-law. Come on! That car belonged to my brother-in-law. Come on, come on!
Wow, that dialogue panning.
Brother-in-law. Come on, come on! Come on, come on! I can't see anyone up there. Maybe it wasn't even Jones.
No, it's him all right. He's here somewhere.
Step back now, Dr. Schneider. Give Dr. Jones some room. He's going to recover the Grail for us. Impossible? What do you say, Jones? Ready to go down in history?
A Nazi stooge like you.
The Nazis? Impossible? What do you say, Jones?
You're hearing all the detail, all this nonsense with, too much absorbent in a room. Or, I want the room so there's no echo. There's no, well, I know I've mentioned this before. There's still areas in the room where it's reflective. If I remove a few items from the room, the air conditioner and all this equipment that's located here, some degree of the sound coming from the screen is going to change. I mean, I could do testing before and after, and then see what with microphones multiple placed, or do multiple. Well, I could use, depending on what mixer I want to use, how many microphones, but I could do multiple frequency sweeps, different positions of microphone, and then take take some of this stuff out of the room, and then do the frequency sweeps again, and then look at to see how much it's only changed by, which is marginal. But yeah, but it sounds very realistic. I don't need a room that's echoey and shrilly when it's added to the soundtrack, like in this scene. It's like, it sounds like I'm in a cave, or a cave is in the room, whatever way you want to think about it. So the room is, it doesn't muddy up any other dialogue sound with an echo or something pinging off the walls somewhere or off the ceiling, because it's absorbed, even though there are speakers on the ceiling, even though they're like a solid unit sort of thing, and frequencies are going to arrive on those objects because they're like some sort of, I don't know, a poor man's diffuser or something. Because it's not like if they're flush mounted, it'd be a little bit different. But even still, sound waves arriving and impacting on speaker cones will still do certain things. That if you analyze it with a RTA microphone, and you can see there's something going on there, but you can't do anything much about it, really. Yeah, but that sounds pretty believable. It sounds like an echo.
Dr. Schneider, give Dr. Jones some room. He's going to recover the Grail for us. Impossible? What do you say, Jones? Ready to go down in history?
As what? A Nazi stooge like you.
Nazis? Is that the limit of your vision? The Nazis want to write themselves into the Grail legend, take on the world. Well, they're welcome. But I want the Grail itself. A cup that gives everlasting life. Hitler can have the world, but he can't take it with him. I'm going to... A cup that gives everlasting life. Hitler can have the world, but he can't take it with him. I'm going to be drinking my own health when he's gone the way of the dodo. The Grail is mine, and you're going to get it for me. And you're going to get it for me.
Shooting me won't get you anywhere.
You know something, Dr. Jones? You're absolutely right. The dodo. Elsa never really believed in the Grail. She thought she'd found the prize. I trust your trip down was comfortable, Dr. Jones.
Wow. That dialogue, Penny. Brilliant. Hmm. Hmm. I think that's about right there. Yeah. Does it look a little bit off there? Yeah. Uh-huh. Does that look equal? I think that looks okay.
All I ask is a tall ship and a star to steer by. Melville, John Misfield. Are you sure about that? I am well versed in the classics, Doctor.
Dialogue panning moving nicely across the 5 screen there. There's quite a few Paramount dialogue pans. 89, Last Crusade, Star Trek 5.
How come you don't know row, row, row your boat?
All I can say is they don't make them like they used to. You told me you could have your ship operational in 2 weeks. I gave you 3. What happened? I think you gave me too much time, Captain.
Oh, you're all just got carried out.
How many times do I have to tell you the right tool for the right job? Right job. The right tool for the right job. How many times do I have to tell you the right tool for the right job?
Oh, you're all just got carried out.
How many times do I have to tell you the right tool for the right job?
I don't think I've ever seen him happier. I don't think I've ever seen him happier. Written. I hope.
I could use a shower. Yes.
Written. I hope.
I could use a shower. Yes.
Written. I hope.
I could use a shower.
Can we have a little quiet? Bob?
Well, we're dressing informally, aren't we?
You caught me on the way to the shower.
Well, I apologize for canceling shore leave, but look, we have a dangerous situation out on Nimbus 3.
On the planet of galactic peace?
The same. From all we can make out, a terrorist force has captured the only settlement, and they've taken hostages. The Klingon, the Romulan, the Federation councils. Now, I know Enterprise is not exactly up to specs.
With all due respect, the Enterprise is a disaster. There must be other ships in the quadrant.
Other ships, yes, but no experienced commanders. Captain, I need Jim Kirk.
Oh, please.
Your orders are to proceed to Nimbus 3, assess the situation, and avoid a confrontation if possible. Above all, however, get those hostages back safely. Kirk.
Oh, please.
Your orders are to proceed to Nimbus 3.
The Enterprise is a disaster. There must be other ships in the quadrant.
Other ships, yes, but no experienced commanders. Captain, I need Jim Kirk.
Oh, please.
Your orders are to proceed to Nimbus 3, assess the situation, and avoid a confrontation if possible. Above all, however, Jim Kirk.
Oh, please.
Your orders are to proceed to Nimbus 3, assess the situation, and avoid a confrontation if possible. Above all, however, get those hostages back safely.
Have the Klingons responded?
No, but you can bet they will. Assess the situation and avoid a confrontation if possible. Above all, however, get those. Need Jim Kirk.
Oh, please.
Your orders are to proceed to Nimbus 3.
Enterprise is a disaster. There must be other ships in the quadrant.
Other ships, yes, but no experienced commanders. Captain, I need Jim Kirk.
Oh, please.
Your orders are to proceed to Nimbus 3, assess the situation, and avoid a confrontation if possible. Above all, however, Jim Kirk.
Oh, please.
Your orders are to proceed to Nimbus 3, assess the situation, but no experienced commanders. Captain, I need Jim Kirk.
Oh, please.
Your orders are to proceed to Nimbus 3, assess the situation, and avoid a confrontation if possible. Above all, however, Jim Kirk.
Oh, please.
Your orders are to proceed to Nimbus 3, assess the situation, and avoid a confrontation if possible. Above all, however, get those hostages back safely. Kirk.
Oh, please.
Your orders are to proceed to Nimbus 3, assess the situation, but no experienced commanders. Captain, I need Jim Kirk.
Oh, please.
Your orders are to proceed to Nimbus 3, assess the situation, and avoid a confrontation if possible. Above all, however, get those hostages back safely.
Have the Klingons responded?
No, but you assess the situation and avoid a confrontation if possible. But no experienced commanders. Captain, I need Jim Kirk.
Oh, please.
Your orders are.
Enterprise is a disaster. There must be other ships in the quadrant.
Hmm. Turrets. Hmm. 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 Set that to 0. Oh, set to 0. Okay.
But no experienced commanders. Captain, all I ask is a tall ship and a star to steer her by.
Melville, John Masefield.
Are you sure about that?
I am well versed in the classics, Doctor. I'm well versed in the classics, Doctor.
Then how come you don't know row, row, row your boat?
I think you gave me too much time, Captain.
Very well, Mr. Scott Carey.
How many times do I have to tell you the right tool for the right job?
Seen him happier. I've ever seen him happier.
Rich. I hope.
Good luck. We have a dangerous situation out on Nimbus 3.
On the planet of galactic peace?
The same. From all we can make out, a terrorist force has captured the only settlement, and they've taken hostages. The Klingon, the Romulan, the Federation councils. Now, I know
Wow.
situation out on Nimbus 3.
On the planet of galactic peace?
The same. From all we can make out, a terrorist force has captured the only settlement, and they've taken hostages. The Klingon, the Romulan, the Federation councils. Now, the Romulan, the Federation councils. Klingon, the Romulan, the Federation councils. Now, I know Enterprise is not exactly up to specs.
With all due respect, the Enterprise is a disaster. There must be other ships in the quadrant.
Other ships, yes, but no experienced commanders. Captain, I need Jim Kirk.
Oh, please.
Your orders are to proceed to Nimbus 3, assess the situation, and avoid a confrontation if possible. Above all, however, get those hostages. Jim Kirk.
Oh, please.
Your orders are to proceed to Nimbus 3, assess the situation, and avoid a confrontation if possible. Above all, however, get those hostages back.
Oh, I like the smoothness on that dialogue pan. I like the smoothness there. Oh, yeah. 5 screen. Wow.
Have the Klingons responded?
No, but you can bet they will.
Understood. Kirk out. Plot course for Nimbus 3, Mr. Sula.
I think there could be room for a 7 screen. If my room was bigger. Yeah. And it's got nothing to do with front wide. How much steering vectors? But 5 is pretty good. You know, someone said, "Oh no, that won't work in your room." It's making it work is the trick, because it is difficult, especially when the speakers are very close together. It's making it work. And adds a bit more bass as well. Otherwise, there's not much area behind that screen where there's no sound, unless it's a mono mix and it's just playing center channel. Well, unless I want to change that and spread that mono signal across 5 speakers, like super mono or hyper mono.
Correspondent? I'm afraid the ship's problems will have to be solved en route. Since we're undermanned, I'm counting on each one of you to give us best. End of speech. Let's go to work.
Wow. That's what this sounds like. Oh, change the aspect ratio. Put it on PCM. I'll try free screen for the moment. Oh, probably readjust the levels because it's a little bit loud. So adjust the levels there.
Have fun. Look at this motherfucker. Pussy. Clear, LT. It's just a pig. I'm crossing over.
Sniper, 11 o'clock. Sniper, 11 o'clock.
Jay! Smoke! Give me smoke. LT. I got hit. Sniper. Shot! It is playing Calvary. How's he doing? He's all right. One shoulder clean hit, though. Sorry, sir. Call me sleeping. Wait, did you get that little son of a bitch? Some of them. You see anybody else? Sorry. I'm better than that, sir. I'm telling you, I'm better than that. Fuck that. You want? Sir. Let's go down and make it tight. Get me back in this shit. Get your people in the camera. God damn it. God damn it. Ammunition. What about the body? I gotta come back for it. God damn it. God damn it. What about the body? I gotta come back for it. God damn it. God damn it. What about the body? I gotta come back for it. God damn it. God damn it.
Hmm. 5 miles. Whatever you want to call it. Alright, so go to the theatre mode. Where is it? There's a theatre mode. Go to that one. I'll spread the sound across the front. I think we need to create a second one. It's got no sub output I've put on there. Put a sub output on there. Oh crikey, I forgot how to do this theatre mode shit. Back out of there. I think I've got to click on there. So create. Layout name can't be empty. Let's see, how do I do it? I don't want any sound going anywhere else in the speakers. Do I create duplicates? Oh no, okay, I'll just try. Got to tick that, I think. Can't remember. I think that's a standard. Alright, maybe that. I can't remember if this is going to work. Oh, gosh. Last time I did this, it took me an hour. So, okay. Go next. Don't think it's going to work. I've got to create it in the child layout. Back out of that. So I got that there. Okay. Let's see. Can I make a duplicate and then just it's got no what's it there. No, delete that. I'll go back out of that. Back out. Channel map. This is channel 4. Click on there. I don't see channel 4. I see 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. Where's number 4? Go back. Hang on. Scan through the list. C4. Okay. Back out. Out this sphere mode there, that one there. Okay. See a sub there. No, can't use that one. Output map. See new output, current output. See it there on the mapping, but it doesn't show up on the. I'll just try. I'll do that. Go to next. Go to next. Oh, it's not highlighted. Didn't highlight. No, I'm trying to remember why it didn't highlight, because it's something to do with the. What was it to do? Why not just say solid? Solid. Turn those ones on. It says sub and large and all that, blah, blah, blah. But where's the sub output on here? Um, There's nowhere else on this one. There's nowhere else on. Okay. So if I duplicate. One. And do it. Great. I'll use that. See. Base will never fit mode. Second. Number 7. 9. 9. Not that one. 6. Let's see. Create a child. Okay. Okay, create a child. Okay. But that one is, yeah. Okay. Okay, that one for left. That one for right. No, hang on. That one mono, that's it. That one there, that one to right. Okay, left, right, not yeah, right. That one to left, that one to right. I want it none. I'll put that on left. That's left and left. Oh yeah, that should go left there. And that one should go left. This will work. That one right. That one right. That one right. And the back left, 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 left. That one left. That one right. Save it. Okay. Turn those off. turn those off. Give it a profile name. Okay, super mono, hyper mono, 5 mono, mono 5. Mono 5, okay. Save it. Okay, go to see if it works. Oh yeah, it's working. Okay. Hyper mono 5. So it's mono spread literally across the screen.
They're gone. Good. Let's get moving. We're behind schedule.
Just sounds more bigger rather than I can just turn off the other screen channels, mute the other screen channels. Yeah. Hyper mono.
They're gone. Good. Let's get moving. We're behind schedule.
Wow, that sounds almost better than probably when I first heard it in 1977. Or was it 78? Wow. I'll probably try other mono films. Hyper mono. Casablanca in 5 screen mono. Wow. Of course, SBL levels would be adding and adding and adding. So 3 dB, 3 dB, 3 dB. Frequency response low end go up a little bit. If I want to create a cinema like where it's kind of large and there's not much in the way of absorbent materials to reduce the echo, but you get some to reduce some like if I want a bit of create an echo, I'll just add on some delay on purpose and add it on the center channel.
No, we're right on schedule, sir. I don't think the weather will be a problem at all. About time for me to stretch my legs, Captain. It's about time for me to stretch my legs, Captain. Right hand.
So I'm going to add a long delay on the LF center and HF center. And then it'll give it a kind of echo effect. That should do it. That should give an echo effect.
Time for me to stretch my legs, Captain. Right hand.
So it's about roughly 80 foot. There's some of that echo, that delay there of about 80 foot or 80 feet milliseconds is about 70. I can see on the screen there, it's very difficult to see on the down here. It's very difficult to focus on that. Very, very difficult. I can't even get it to focus clearly. I don't get focus on some letters. It can't really focus on the LCD because I've got to adjust the contrast level. So yeah, it's very difficult going very close, but I can hardly even read it. I can just barely read with my glasses at an angle, of a very steep angle. It's very difficult to read. It's about roughly 70 milliseconds. But that's making some of the dialogue passages that I can hear. So just some parts a little bit unintelligible. So, I just prefer to really turn the damn thing off, because this room doesn't have that sort of echo sort of thing. It's not long enough. It's not high enough, wide enough. It's got to be very great. And then you've got no absorbent material, and then you just end up with a terrible bloody echo. And then even though you might be sitting near to someone, you can have a conversation and that. And then say that person, okay, now walk around the auditorium, still talking. And then I'll say, I think, okay, modulate your voice up a little bit louder, so to speak, So I can hear someone walking around and with the echo, because you'd hear the echo and then just thinking, bloody hell. God, it just makes it so, because your voice is going to sound out, whoosh, it's going to radiate out, depending on which direction you're pointing. Of course, if someone's listening down that way and they're facing the opposite direction, sibilant sounds and such will change, and then when they turn around, because you can measure with a, like if I were to make a sound and then move a microphone around, that would change frequency. So and depending on what frequencies we're sounding, and then they might tend to be, I don't know, maybe omnidirectional, and other frequencies directional. Gosh. No, that's too much delay. Probably I'll turn that delay off. Oh, God, it's dreadful. But it adds an effect. It still proves that, you know, you don't want, you know, that sort of echo is. I mean, I could change the delay time. But it will sound a bit slower, sort of thing. I think I'll bring it down. Down up. Bring it down by an extra 10 foot. Well, that's made it a little fraction better. It's still got that echo, but it's made it just a little fraction better, whereas the other about 80 feet seemed making it a little bit unintelligible. Just changing the, you know, and then just turn it off, and then it just sounds more, well, turn the delay off, the echo delay, or the time delay, which is creating an echo effect, and then just turn it off.
Got 10 minutes. The important thing is to get Gallagher out of the cockpit. Leave it to me.
Apart from sounding a little toppy, sounds a little bit toppy on the bright side, you know, like just in the phenomena I was talking the other day about bright.
Got 10 minutes. The important thing is to get Gallagher out of the cockpit. Leave it to me.
It's the diving that's the best part of it, really. You can't imagine it if you haven't experienced it. It's like exploring a world that's been hidden from man since the beginning of time.
It's a bit difficult. It's a bit easier with pink noise. But, you know, when you got light in your eyes and you get glare, you do that. You shield your eyes from the sun because its sensitivity is bright. The same thing could be done with sound, depending on what sort of sound. It's got to be manufactured, man-made. Pink noise. And you put your hand up, you make some of that top sound, kind of block it, sort of thing, with your hand, because it's just basically being blocked. But you can still hear the rest of the sound that's radiating out from the pink noise from the speaker. But you just tend to block out some of that top, and probably even to say, if you have a microphone here and then raise your hand up and put it in the front of the microphone, even though it's a few inches away, you'd see the frequency response dropping down slightly. So yeah, so when people refer to, oh, that sound sounds very bright, wow, it must be blinding your eyes, you know. But yeah, if you do that, yeah, but it's very difficult, you know. You might need two hands, or maybe something like like a towel or something very thick, and you just put it up in front of you, and it just filters some of the high frequencies, or some of the frequencies that are sensitive to our ears. Because someone that says, "Oh, that's too bright, I'm sensitive," like that guy on that video saying, "What's he talking about?" You know, you're going to be scientific. Be scientific. You're talking about frequency. Our ears are more sensitive in a certain frequency range, which is 2 to 3 kilohertz. Where if you use a microphone, it's picking up the pink noise. Then you put a silicon ear attached to that mic. Then you see this hump in the frequency response where it's like, oh, right. And that is usually where typically it's very peaky in the frequency range. And we go, "Oh, that's too bright or too harsh." It's the ear canal. Our ear canal is they say it resonates at a certain frequency. And so you got to do a little compensation in the frequency response, so make it so it doesn't sound too harsh. But you know, when you got loud action scenes, like you compare maybe something that could be almost relatable, that you could relate to it in say like the real world sort of thing, or you could do some microphone voice recording of your own voice and do it very scientific, and then have it played back over the loudspeaker, and then thinking, does it sound like my voice? You'd probably say, there's something missing, or it doesn't sound like my voice, or I don't like the sound of it, because there is other details that are missing. Like I say, when we talk, we can feel it on our chest. We feel, and you put your fingers in your ears and you can hear an in cavity sound. So there's quite a bit of detail that, you want to put in there so that it sounds, and look at the frequency response. Like, does it sound harsh in the frequency? Does it bend your ears? And of course, you've got to do all this scientifically with microphones, SPL meters, check for the frequency response, the SPL level, as well as standing near the speaker itself and doing the recording and talking, and then saying repeatable words over and over and over again, and looking at the RTA analyzer that the frequencies always hit the same frequency, because that's what it's all about, is frequency. And then try to get that recording that you've done fairly well, and then play it back as it is, looking at it. Of course, the recording of it, maybe with the microphone and the audio mixer and EQ as well, to adjust the frequency bands, so that you're trying to get as close as possible mirror image. But it's not going to be the real deal. It's going to be a recording at the end of the day, but try to get a possible mirror image, and then it plays back at a certain fader level, and then it will sound like maybe realistic within the room. It's tricky, but it's not impossible. But still, It's like some of the sound I hear in the dialogue on this movie. It's like some of it sounds a little bit EQ'd on the top end. I guess they got to compensate for the speakers behind the screen, because it wouldn't be mixed on a dub stage where it's, you know, because there's a projection screen and the speakers behind, and they, you know. Then you listen to maybe something like headphones. You listen to the modulation of the voice on headphones. Yeah, but it sounds great on super mono wide. Great. I don't have to create that in the DCX, where I could do it in the DCX by sending the signal and then just set the outputs on the DCXs so that they pick up the signal and then play it back on the 5 speakers. Wow! Now I've got another theatre mode. It could play stereo as well if I want to, but sounds okay with yeah, mono.
Yes, I'll speak to Mr. Stevens. Phil, Herb Corrigan, this is the situation. We have aircraft and ships heading to the point where the 747 disappeared.
Yeah, it just sounds a little bit harsh, especially when you hear someone talking on a telephone, you hear the receiving end, because usually it doesn't sound that loud. It's audible, but it's not that loud. Sounds like bloody hell, they got a gigantic speaker for a bloody telephone.
Yes, I'll speak to Mr. Stevens. Phil, Herb Corrigan, this is the situation. We have aircraft and ships heading to the point where the 747 disappeared. We should have some reports soon. I'll be waiting right here. We should have some reports soon.
It sounds a little bit, especially when he's got it near to his ear.
Reports soon. We should have some reports soon.
When you got a phone that close to your ear and the camera, the audience, and you're looking at everything from it, you wouldn't hear it. It'd be a little in a room that's fairly noisy, or even in a quiet room, you'd hear a very small little audible, but it'd be so tiny, and dB level would be, and very, you know, I feel like getting one of those phones, because these ones today, I just don't like them. I mean, sometimes I still kind of put the phone near my ear, and because it's yeah, probably get one of those in digital form. Yeah. Well, all it is just a few wires connected, and it's not a big deal. Yeah.
Here. Well, you're welcome to join us down here if you'd like. We're monitoring the Coast Guard search as well as our own.
Yeah, I'm monitoring the audio frequency.
Coast Guard search as well as our own.
I'll get out there as quick as I can.
Navy Search Base, this is Navy Search 3. On station. Over.
Yeah, it sounds like they're talking like yeah, like they pinch their nose, and it changes the frequency. I think I could could use the what's it on this? Storm audio.
Navy Search Base, this is Navy Search 3. On station, over.
Get out there as quick as I can. Thanks, Herb.
Navy Search Base, this is Navy Search 3.
And turn down the brightness, because it's got brightness here. I'll turn that down -6. I'll turn the treble down -6.
Navy Search 3, this is Navy Search Base. Roger.
Oh, you know what? Just a little bit of that. Oh, that's better. That's a little bit less nasally. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. That's.
Navy Search Base, this is Coast Guard Cutter Venture on course to search area.
Oh yeah, that's better.
This is Navy Search Base. Roger.
So I just use the Storm Audio's remote control thing, which is on there. Just use the remote and just turn down the brightness and the treble level -6. Yeah, that makes it a little bit better. I could do the same, but of course I'd have to go into so many parts of the DCX and program a simple high pass filter, set it at maybe 2 kilohertz, and then just bring it down maybe 3 dB, 3 dB, 3 dB, 3 dB, 3 dB for starters, and see how it sounds. And if it needs to go down a bit more, then I'll set it down a little bit more, but not too much. You don't want to cut off too much of the high frequency. But that makes it.
Coast Guard Cutter Venture on course to search area.
Wow. I don't know about the plane there. It sounds kind of realistic. I had to talk over it almost. Wow.
This is Navy Search 4 proceeding to Sector Delta. Negative sightings in Alpha Sector. Out.
Is there any chance of them spotting us?
Not a chance. They're looking for us where we're supposed to be, and we're headed away from them 600 miles an hour.
600 miles an hour. 600 miles an hour.
I better help Banker. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Wow. Makes the mono music sound a little bit bigger as well. Wow. Wow. Oh, you feel the flames coming off that 747 engine. Wow. How's the extinguisher button sound? How's that sound? Because I'm pretty familiar with the mix on this movie. Yeah. Maybe I need to turn the brightness level up a fraction a little bit. Yeah, because I can't hear that button being switched. It's probably down a little bit too much there, so take the brightness up one little bit there. Let's see what. I think I just vaguely hear it there, a little bit. Very soft sound on that. But there's quite a bit of competition with the rest of the music frequency response, which is at a higher level there. And yeah, let's bring that down to 6 again. Oh yeah, I hear it. I hear it. That position there is a bit difficult. Try over. Oh yeah, I hear it there. Wow, super mono. Oh, mono. Crikey. Don't need Dolby Atmos. Don't need Dolby Atmos. Yeah. So it's just figuring out the, but I can hear the switch, yeah. Because it's a very soft sound when it reaches up to press the extinguisher button for the bottles for the putting the flames out. So you got to engage, pull the wasset to engage the wasset, and then press the extinguisher. Yeah, I can hear the switch. Wow. It's very loud. It's very loud mono. That's like just trying to think. If that was mono with a typical classic THX JBL setup, that would have 415 bass drivers and then the HF horn, and that'll output a pretty big sound. But if that were back in the day was spread across the 5 screen, it'd be, it'd have to be a little bit adjusted, so you're basically just ending up to magnify and increasing the bass range across the stage channels, and then adding a little bit of extra low end on the sub bass extension. I can make a mono sound mix sound like that would blow an Atmos mix out the water. Oh dear. Wow. Brilliant. It's too bad. I don't know why they didn't mix this in 6 track or stereo or 6 track. Because, why so many movies mixed mono when they could have. So obviously it's got when you look at the budget and then think, doesn't seem to be an issue with budget. They could have mixed it 6 track. It could be remixed because a lot of mono movies that are being remixed, but this is one of them that's not been, and could be if it were done artistically with directional dialogue. So performers, you got to get all their voices all processed and such, so that their positions can be placed on screen and discreetly and such, so that for a 5 screen sound, Free screen is, yeah, it's a little, it's okay, but 5 is better. Feeling that airplane reverberating, because I can feel it. It's like the room is in the sky, and I'm feeling, would you really? I think it's still the opposite. That is. I mean, if I don't need to know that if I was sitting on the wing or an aircraft, or maybe the wing of a 747, I'll probably feel the engine vibration or reverberation or such, as well as it being bloody loud. And then moving through, not that I would do a stupid thing like that, because that's completely bonkers. But yeah, wow, super hyper mono.
How are we doing? Fine. Get him out of here. Time for us to duck under the radar scan and vanish.
Wow, that's pretty high SPL.
How are we doing? Fine. Get him out of here.
Yeah, I hear all these home theatres moaning. They can't hear dialogue. What's wrong with these people? Why are they not getting things set up okay? Why is this one guy with all these JTR speakers and then say something sounds like with this center channel? It sounds like it's talking like this. What? If it's doing that, it's resonating or something, or where it's placed, or it's, you look at the frequency response and see where the frequencies are peaking in the, of course, most people have those speakers can't turn off the HF horn, or have the HF horn and the bass drivers amplified separately, because then you get a little bit more usability of controlling the levels. Because our voices, unless we modulate our voice to sound like or grab the tube and then start talking through it, and then someone asking you, why are you talking through a tube? Because I say I want to make it sound like I'm talking through a tube. Talk like that. From my point of view, from my ears, I can hear that sound changing, and that sound there, and to that sound, because my ears are back here. And if I do it this way, put my hands in front of my, and then talk, and like it sounds different there, like talk different, talk different, talk different, talk different, talk different, talk different, talk different. I got to articulate. I got to voice the same thing over and over and over, repeat. Because I'm a listener and watcher. I'm watching you.
Us to duck under the radar scan and vanish.
These guys are very dodgy. plus using the EQ, maybe change, or maybe the crossover filters, just the the crossover filters make this movie sound really hyper. But that's only 5 15s, 5 HFs. Wow, it'd be brilliant on a full gigantic JBL THX rig. 20 15 bass drivers running, 5 HF horns, and how many they have in the sub bass array, and divert some signal into that. So it really whoa.
Flight 23 Sierra is about to disappear into the Bermuda Triangle.
Ooh. Gosh, and I'm out of little pleasure-y biscuit crisps. Oh, crikey, got no crisp. What time is it? Great. Got another theatre mode. Big deal. Is it going to improve my lifestyle? No. I could spread the sound if I want to into the surrounds, but filter it so it sounds muffled, or has a filter so it goes in all the surrounds. So it's just playing low frequency. Just turn the put a high filter, or a crossover filter. Use either a crossover filter or a high pass filter. Better with a crossover filter, and just filter off all the high frequency and up down to a certain, and it will just wow. Should sound like this kind of bubble sound. Sure, a bubble. Because if I blow a bubble, make a bubble, not that I could do with an actual, because probably need something pretty special to make a liquid bubble, but a balloon of a certain size, is like a bubble, like a sphere, and keep blowing out. Eventually, it's not going to fill the whole room unless you keep doing it, and then it kind of moves and presses and gets into the corners and everything. Yeah, because eventually, you got the corners of the room, bottom, top, and then the bubble would curve. So plus it's very difficult with the seating. That's a bubble. That's a bubble of sound. Yeah, right. And then you get a pin and pop it. I suggest putting some earplugs in and ear defenders on, because when that thing goes, boof, that is going to be a loud bang. Imagine that. Oof. Getting a real large and blowing it up like really humongous, and then you pop it, put some earplugs. You don't know what SPL level it would do, and it'll probably cause you tinnitus, and yeah. Oh, yeah, you can imagine that. I can imagine that. Oh, Bear, come in here. Doesn't want to. Bear. see. Oh, you're hibernating, aren't you, Bear? Oh, what are you meowing? You've been strange for the last few weeks. Yeah, you've been strange the last few weeks. What's he feeding? Yeah. Oh, there's one of the audio mixers here. Oh no, the other audio mixer's got a DSP on it. That one there's got a DSP on it. The other one there doesn't. I could put something, patch it in. I wouldn't mind trying this effect, but it's just too complex to put a lot of microphones around the room, and I mean a lot. They got to be based positioned, some in the floor, walls, ceiling. Some may be placed behind the projection screen. So they're pretty near to the speakers, and then the gain levels and everything adjusted for those because they'll be pretty near to the speakers. And so yeah, the microphones hidden, and then going into a very complexity of a DSP system, very complex, discrete. So the stereo. They'd be all separate devices, so you got stereo there, stereo, bum, 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 and it channels, connects into the B chain. That's the B chain. Will connect into the B chain, and it could be bypassed if it needs to be switched off or switched on, active, where it would then create an echo type sound in the room. So if when talking, it's got to sound right, because you've got to check how certain cinemas sound when seated next to and talking at different levels and listening in the background for the, and then of course you clap your hand and you hear that sort of sound, and then the time delay until you hear that fade, which would take a couple of seconds or so. But I do that, it's almost instant. It's almost down to fractions of milliseconds. I don't hear it pinging much anywhere. Great. But if I want an echo effect, yeah, it's got to be very carefully positioned microphones, so it so when you talk, it sounds like you're in a concert hall or an auditorium, whatever, and it's got an echo. if you're in a corridor that's leading to an auditorium that echoes and such, so that corridor or such is not going to have much echo. It's going to be a different sound. And then you go into and then you notice the change in the acoustical size and space. That's because we can see it. If you're blind, or if you go blindfold to do the comparison. Yeah, you've been a little different the last couple of weeks. You haven't been coming in here regularly and sitting laying on me. Yeah, you changed a little bit. Now you want to get off, don't you? You don't want to sit on me. You don't want to lay on me. Go on. Don't know what's changed in him. Must be the climate. Maybe he misses magic. I think he misses magic. I think that's what it is. Super hyper. Okay, that's super hyper. What it is, it could be the climate. Could be the climate change. Uh, Oh, oh right. Hmm. Okay. Wow. So. Super mono. Super mono. Super mono. Of course, I could do other things. I could turn off the HFs on the other channels. Turn off the H except for the center channel. And it just, again, is spreading the same mono signal across the LF and then the HF. So it's kind of like, yeah, oh, wow, that's a big sound. That's a big, big, big sound. Of course, it's very difficult to localize. It's very difficult to localize because all the other bass channels are they playing at the same? Yeah, because they got to be calibrated and checked and tested with a microphone up close. There's a lot more to it. You can check with the voltage levels and such that they got the same voltage, but that doesn't mean the bass drivers really are playing at the, because you check the impedance, on each, any speaker, and they all got variable impedances. And if you had a bit more something, I think something that does exist. I think so that you simultaneously give the same voltage output from a the same amplifier, or yeah, the same amplifier. So it goes to all the speakers. So you got something to analyze the cone movement. So you put a sine wave in, and you see the cone has they all have to move at the same time. Because you're generating base cones everywhere to generate this, an imaginary pressurizing the room. It's not like you got a gigantic bottle of oxygen or something, and you make sure the room is completely sealed, so it doesn't vent, and then you just put this pressure into the room or to generate a PSI, and it should go up to that level. It shouldn't change, once it's all, if it does, then there's something that's gone amiss, and it's venting. uh, hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All that just to watch a movie. Look at these guys. What they go up? What are those other guys up to there? Crikey, they look really. Yeah. Look at these dotty guys. Oh. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, get out the laser disc player, get out the laser disc. Laser vision. Laser vision. God, laser vision. Was it the Philips? Laser vision. Can't get this movie on widescreen edition. On Laserdisc, only pan and scan. Look at that rainbow color. Wow. Oh yeah, look at that home theater set up on an airplane. Wow. Of course, the image on the screen there, the image that they show on the screen is not the actual. That looks superimposed, because you can tell by the way the image looks, especially if that's a rear project. If that's a rear projection TV with an image quality like that back then, damn. The images were absolutely dire, terrible, because you look at it, you've got to be spot on a certain axis to watch it. Move upward, move downward, it goes terrible. Oh, yeah. Well, look at the quality. Look at the size of it. Look at the size of that image. Blimey. Crikey, it's almost bigger than IMAX. These dodgy guys. Let's condense it down a bit. So turn it down to a single mono center. The timpani there, boom. Okay, put the left center, right center bass cab on. Oh yeah, bit more dB there. Put the left and right on. Bit more, yeah, like that timpani's got a bit more boom to it. Of course, you can turn it all off, turn all the bass cabs off, and just turn off all the HF horns. And just play it with the HF. Oh yeah. Yeah, a little bit of the rhythm of the timpani and that's picked up on there. Sounds better than a sound bar. Why should it be? Oh, that's vicious. Whoa, that's vicious. Yeah, what's it sound like with pink noise? Well, of course, I've played pink noise before across the screen channel. What's it sound like? Sine wave tone, so pink noise. I'll turn that fader level down a bit, I think. Where's the remote? Oh, there it is, it's right in front of me. Turn that fader level down. Alright. Sounds just the same as just any other time I played pink noise on 5 speakers. It's not too much whooshy sound. It's not too much whooshy because it's playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I play it 1, 2, and 3, it'll probably have a bit of because the gap area between the left and the center be a little bit wider, and then put the left center on, and then it fills in the gap. Yeah, turn those off. My hair kind of when going side to side. I'll put the left center, right center on. And it's just more of a, instead of a, it's more of a, because they are still artificially generating. I wonder if the Dave Rat approach would, the Dave Rat sort of, because the different Crikey, I've got to watch that video again. How he did that approach. Because if you got a microphone and you're going from one speaker to the other, providing of course you got the frequency responses all adjusted, because each HF horn is going to be slightly different, and you get that adjusted, and then theoretically when moving the microphone you shouldn't see too much, just maybe a little wobble in this, but not a big jump in the frequencies. Once all those frequencies are aligned and set up accordingly, and then moving that, you should just see a little, where it's going slightly between the left and the left center. So going from the left and then then there's a gap, and then it goes into the center, the left center, and then from the left center, a little gap, and then to the center, and so on and so on and so on, unless you increase that gap and tighten it all up, put up a speakers in between it or such, until you tighten it all up, because realistically sound is it's all joined together. It's all depending on what sort of sound it is. Yeah, depending on what sort of sound it is. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. Do they have a Gremlins 2 version where the film breaks? Not the home video version, where you get the Gremlins coming up on a video screen, but you get the actual the film version. I mean, we'll have two versions, the theatrical and then the home version. Because it is amusing if a VHS player breaks down or something and the video signal goes all yeah. VHS. Oh, what's it like with sine wave tone when it's playing? 5 speakers all at the same time. Yeah, let's look at that. Oh, bloody hell, turn that fader level down, for Christ's sake. That's better. That's interesting when it's sine wave tone playing 5 speakers, 1 kilohertz. Okay, go to 1 speaker. Mute. 1 speaker in the center. It's not too much variable part for it. It just dips a little fraction because that's typical. Okay. 5 speakers. A little bit there, I notice. Over, goes up a little bit louder. Yeah, stays dip fraction slight, but go over, goes up louder, dips, move back a little bit, go forward, back, maybe move bob up and down. Yeah, but there's a bit of a dip there, but I have got the center level turned down a few dB. But yeah, that's okay. Yeah. 9 kilohertz. Turn the fader level up. I hear it now, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I hear it there. 9K. Because the hearing range is rolling off. 10K is pretty back of the box and needs boosting. Oh, and haven't I got the oh gosh, I just remembered I haven't got the Storm Audio's remote turned on to, oh yeah, just turn that level up. Turn that level up. Okay. So those frequencies rolled off there. Oh yeah, I can hear 10 kilohertz. I can hear 10K. Wow, 5 speakers, 10K. Wow. I can hear 11 kilohertz. I can hear 12 kilohertz, but it's a little bit faint. Yeah, well, that works. So that's not too bad. Alright, turn those back down, those levels. So I'll be playing mono soundtrack. Turn those levels back down. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Can improve.
About time for me to stretch my legs, Captain. Right.
Try it.
About time.
The HF off. And just the LF base cabs. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Doesn't seem to change much there, I can notice. It's pretty consistently uniform.
Time for me to stretch my legs, Captain. Right.
Play it back in any style play, just by muting the play five screen bass cab across the screen and just use the left center right center HF horn. It still has a pretty uniform sound. Of course, get closer to the screen and notice, oh yeah, it's coming from that position there and that position there, because you're closer to it. When you're a bit further back, it's a little bit difficult to tell. Of course, if I play it without the left center right center HF horn and just play the left and right HF horn, it'll probably sound like, well, how does it sound?
About time for me to stretch my legs, Captain.
Well, I'm noticing the dialogue level over that position there because I'm nearer to the left. If I go a little bit over a little bit, of course, got to balance the levels. There might be a little level of balance that needs to be adjusting in the left to right HF with a mono signal versus user pick noise. But yeah, see, it's better with the left center right center because it seems pretty uniform because they're a bit nearer to the middle of the screen almost. Yeah, wow. Turn them all on. I think I'll just.
Thank you very much. Merry Christmas. Have a Merry Christmas. You too. Good night.
Super Mono, Hyper Mono, Mono Express, Mono Express. Use that fader. Oh gosh. Yeah, anyone saw this system, they wouldn't know how to turn this thing on. It'd be like, huh? How do you control this? Oh dear. Crikey. And you need to make it a little bit more complicated for myself. Oh. I like these Dolby faders for the screen channels. You've got number 7 on there, number 7, that's reference level. And you click it over and it locks in that position. And then you use the trim pot levels and adjust the levels. And then it's all spot on. Of course, you've got to adjust the trim pots for the input level until you've got all the LEDs lighting up exactly at the same time. So when the main fader is turned down by 0.1 dB steps, these LEDs in there should go down at the same time. And then it's calibrated, aligned for a sine wave of maybe 1 kilohertz. And then all the output levels have got to be checked on the DCX or the Behringer DEQs, so the input levels are all at the same level. Apart from the center, got to make a little adjustment there. And then And then when that's all turned down in small dB 0.1 dB step, the LEDs on the THX, they should all go up and down at the same time. And then got to check the amplifiers, make sure that, because the input levels maybe on an amplifier might be slightly different, tiny variables. And that's easy to adjust. You could either use the loudspeaker management crossover system to compensate, or you have additional variable resistors on the inputs for the amplifiers, so you just tiny adjustments so you can get everything spot on. Because I don't think all amplifiers are all spot on off the assembly line. And then check them and to see if they're all the because all the input levels to calibrate and make sure everything is, and then you're just down then to the mercy of the soundtrack. But it's a little bit more than that, because then you've got to check the levels on the speakers, because every speaker is going to be slightly different. One speaker might be outputting the signal a little bit fraction dB higher than the other speakers, and you've got to you've got to look into that before you get into the rest of the nitty gritty. So it's a lot more than room calibrating or speaker to room. Speaker to room equalization, or whatever you want to call it, because it's not room EQ, it's speaker within a room. If you're going to adjust the room thing, you got to actually apply materials to the room. And frequency check it with RTA microphoning to see, does this material that cost so much, does it actually do what it says? It's like some people are skeptical and they don't think it's going to make a much difference. And it's very difficult to I mean, would a Skyline diffuser make any difference in this room? I mean, it's going to be of a plastic type, whatever material, therefore it's going to be a bit reflective. And it's going to add in reflections back into the room that I probably don't even want to think I want to hear. Think about it. Look at the cinema. Does the cinema have all that shit put in it? Mostly it's just generic, simple, absorbent material, just so you don't hear that bloody echo. Even though you still hear a honky, weird sound in the auditorium. You think, what the bloody hell is that honky sound? If you know where to sit in an auditorium and know what to listen for. because if you listen to that same soundtrack in a cinema on headphones, you won't hear that honky sound. You're thinking, what's all this bullshit of all this Dolby Lab nonsense? Black bloody auditoriums, and bloody hell, they still got this bloody honky echo in the bloody auditoriums, crying out loud. Honky dory. Honky honky. Oh, must be the climate weather. Must be the climate. Yeah, maybe the spread the mono all around the room, all around, floor, ceiling, walls. So it's literally flipping everywhere. Imagine listening to that. It sound very man-made, unnaturally, very strange, different. Set just right. So yeah, mono everywhere. Mono. So even the seats have speakers. Yeah. Yeah. Great. Wonderful. Whoa! My goodness. When's this movie going to have a serious upmix, a remix? When's this movie going to have a... Wow. I could see a lot of proper sound below surround in this movie. And everyone thinks Atmos is 3D sound. Oh dear. Wow. Got a lot of below surround in this. When all that water comes in, it would sound like, you know, before the water's up to a certain level or whatever, it would sound like it's going across the floor. You think, whoa, you know, that's the idea, is to freak out people, you know, like psychoacoustics, freak them out thinking, whoa, and then realizing, oh, it's just an illusion. Oh, bear. Bear. You come in, Bear. All right, go on. All right, I'll give you a little bit, Bear. There you go. There you go, matey. Go on. Go on. Go on, jump down. No, no more. No more, Bear. No, no more. Bear. Come Bear. Bear cat. Come on, Bear cat. The bear cat. Bloody hell. Need a lot of below surround. It's like when these geezers are moving all this equipment around, these racks, these crates. You know, they're moving these crates. Where do you typically hear the sound? You typically hear the sound on the screen up there. It should be on the floor, because that's where they'll be making that scraping sound to create believability, realism, and so on. See, that's where Dolby Labs fall flat on their faces with the claim that they got a 3D sound. Yeah, right, sure. It's just their opinion, of course. Of course, yeah, the footsteps below. When the camera pulls away further back, so it reveals everything. And you got to change the way the sound is. Psychoacoustics. Maybe create on the interior of the aircraft some sort of bass sounds or something. Kind of give you the impression of kind of movement or sort of thing. That's doable. That's doable. But Dolby Atmos, like I say, I can talk about Dolby Atmos until blue in the face. It just won't be able to do it. Dolby Atmos, or maybe Mark 1 version of Dolby Atmos, is pretty flawed. Technically very flawed. It's useless. It's got nothing to create this bubble of sound. A bubble is a sphere. Anyone talking about a bubble of bloody immersive sound is talking bullshit. I don't know what they're bloody talking about. It is by no means a bubble. Don't they mean a hemisphere? That's another way, because that's like half, like a dome shape. But it's not even like that. It's not even like that. Because it's like saying the sound specifically does this with an Atmos. It does this shape. That's total bullshit. It's just a speaker and a speaker and a speaker and outputs and more channels, and it doesn't even come anywhere near the 3 dimension. Atmos goes from there up and then comes back down. It can't go any further down. Totally useless. I could have a CB radio modified to go lower. That's like going down low to the floor and low until eventually it can't go any further because of the type of radio and the components. A modification of something like that is pretty impressive, but it's not like the old model can do. Plus, it could do a lot damn more, which obviously Dolby Labs are not even interested in, because once you've got something like that, it can do it, and it's pretty successful, and it looks like it's going to be like it can't be touched. But it is not, at the end of the day, a luxury. I can't stand these home theater people, YouTubers, the way they say luxury. Oh, God, makes me want to... by no means a luxury. Because how many millionaire people, how many of them are really deep into listening? And I doubt most of them even own a CB radio. You need a CB radio when the phone systems and everything go down, and there's a, you think, whoa, what's going on? But then how many people are going to be using a CB radio? In a general area, maybe USA, there's quite a bit. Over in Europe, there's quite a bit. Over in the UK, it's a little bit limited. But when something's going on, it's like, whoa, you think, whoa, what's happening? This is probably what my friend has been talking about. So he thinks something like this is going to happen. Then you're probably going to need a CB radio. Because that would be the only, other than you just go outdoors and you say, you got the same problem? Yep, I've got the same problem. Yeah. Enough of those there. Did you raid the what's it there? Oh yeah, I probably want to keep those. Yeah, I want to write those channel things down. Those channel things. 9, 11, 13, 17. 9. What's that one? 9, 11, 14. No, that's not right. I think that. No, that's 10, 12, 14, 18. Yeah. I think that is it. Or was it 18 and so the other way round? I think they're the other way round. Got to put these number coordinates down. Type these down. Let's see. Uh, 9, 11, 13. I'm pretty sure that one over there. Yeah, that might be 17. Oh no, that's like I'm getting confused. Yeah. 1, 2, 9. Okay, I'm going to separate that. 9, 11, 13, 17. And then RS. RDS. 18. 14. 12 and 10. Okay, let's tie it down. Yeah. So yeah, probably do it better with a 5 screen. No, not a 5. A 5 channel array on the ceiling, just like the 5 screen. Yeah. So on the ceiling. Ceiling. And then the side wall. Obviously need a little bit more on the side walls, of course. Probably just like 5. 5, yeah, 5 is probably the key. Depends on how big the speaker is. Sound could be positioning, moving, and have atmospheric in all the speaker or such, and have individual, Tweety Bird moving around, panning, and have it mixed proper, recorded and mixed, so it doesn't sound like something from a bloody library. All these Atmos mixes, they should all be brand new, mixed, all everything. They shouldn't be using library sound effects. Not with the budget they got. This would be the floor. Floor. Yeah, maybe a 5-5. Yeah. And of course, it's just my opinion. So yeah, 5 spread across the ceiling. So you've got zone outputs, the phantom zone outputs, and then you've got like height 1, height 2, height 3, height 4, height 5, etc. Height 6, height 7, whatever, and they could be in 5 speakers spread wide across the ceiling. So you got a middle one, so you got a point source position if something's positioned in the middle, or something a little bit over that way or that way, and you got atmospheric sound, and you got sound images that can go boom boom boom. I can only do 3 on the ceiling at the moment. 1, 2 and 3. I could do 5 if I want to. I'll just add another decoder. So I can then add on more JBL, and then it'd be like the sound would, depending on the rubbish Atmos mix, depending on how good the mix is, and if it utilizes like a stereo, then it could be like the sound could position in one position and you hear a position, or it's just a bit more, as well as if it's used with very good atmospherics, and so it would be pretty pretty uniform until you get closer to a speaker, and then it sounds like a speaker. But when you're at a certain distance away, it sounds, oh wow, and then you switch to just the conventional 2 speakers that most typical homes might only have, are 2 speakers on the ceiling, really. And their rooms are larger than mine. And then you just think, crikey, that doesn't sound immersive. And you go to 4, and you think, that's not bad, could be improved. And then you improve it with my solution by just using a matrix decoder and just by expanding the signal and the spread of that sound. That artificial fabricated sound is a bit spread out a bit more uniform. Well, uniform is really uniform. It's like painting something, and then it's completely, you don't leave, or you paint something, an area, and you leave an area where it's not being painted, and then you say, I didn't paint it uniformly, or someone points out, you didn't uniformly paint it. Yeah, it's five speakers across the screen. Typical in maybe the side walls. That depends, because it depends on how long the room width is. No, the room length could be anywhere from 5 across the width of the length of the room. I'm only using 1, 2, 3. Even though the other speakers are smaller, JBL, they could be the same JBL, and then spread those across the wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5. I think I'm stuck at 5. 5. Why is it 5? I'm a bit skeptical about 5. Bit skeptical about 5. And of course, got the 5 in the middle. A typical common 5-screen layout. And you just add another 5 above that screen. So sound can move and position up, down, diagonal, and then put another 5 below. Yeah, another 5, crikey. How many speakers is that? Crikey. My goodness me. Just to watch a movie. So 5 there. Oh, crikey, that's a cluster. How many channels is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15. And then the ceiling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then sort of like 5 going along the back, along the ceiling. 5 along the ceiling length. So 1 on the ceiling up there, and then another 1 on the ceiling there. Another 1 on the ceiling, another 1 on the ceiling. It's 4. And then 5. Oh gosh, how many channels is that so far? 15 behind the screen. 15 behind the screen. The side walls 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 and so 5 there, 5 going back, and then 20. Hang on, no, 10, 15, 20, 25. And 25 that way, and then the ceiling, that'll be another 25. The floor, that's 140 speakers or 140 channels. Still nowhere near to my CB radio. Oh, am I missing out the back wall? Yeah, the back wall. So that'd be the back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 10 to another 25. 165. Oh gosh, that's quite a lot. That's quite a lot. 165 speakers. Wow. Oh, 165 channels. Because a speaker is a speaker, and how many speaker drivers there are within the speaker. So actual speaker count would be a lot more. Be in the oh gosh, it'd be well into the 300 range. And of course, improving the LFE. Need an LFE. A 0.1, a 0.2, a 0.3, a 0.4, a 0.5. You need more LFE output signals. Yeah. Oh dear, it's just not enough. It's just not enough. It's just not enough output channels, I think. Need more. Need more output channels. It's got to have something that, yeah, supersedes Atmos. Atmos Mark II. Yeah. How many people would want to put a system like that in? I would. Because I want to see if a mixer out there can knock my socks off. So far, not many of them have knocked my socks off recently with their Atmos. Only, of course, they'd have to remix Gravity, so Gravity's got a bit more, that spherical sound, because there's no up, there's no down, side to side, back to front. It's complete weightless. So therefore, you have objects moving around, up there, overhead, side walls, below surround, across the screen, down the side of the walls and the back and round, and be able to kinda do diagonal circular sound, kind of, because the room is not really a circle. Room's a rectangle or an oblong or whatever, or square, whatever, depending on the shape. Or you build a room that is like a sphere. That's not hard to do. You have a specific sort of room built very large. So that you got a kind of metal grill floor or something that's absorbent. It's very tricky. Not impossible, tricky to do. And so you have a dome projection, I suppose, and a dome projection, like an Omnimax, I suppose. Yeah, I can imagine they look very strange. Great at first, I suppose, and then you realise the image, because it's curved, it looks distorted. Because that's not how we see things, and that's not how it's like wearing a cardboard box with a narrow slot, and it's slightly in front of you, and you only can see a narrow area of image. I suppose that's very difficult to adjust, because yeah. That's a lot of speakers, so yeah, you can move sound diagonal, some from around, over and down, and then come back round. You can move it that way, or diagonal round that way. Like it's that and there, and then yeah, crikey, create sound that kind of creates this. It's like oh wow, maybe like an airplane going in a flat spin. Maybe the air rushing round or something, and it's disorientation. I don't know. That'd be a good system. So it can do everything, almost. The only sound that's attached to the walls, floor and ceiling, or coupled to the floor, ceiling, the walls. And you could do other things in between that, like special speakers in the seats, so that the seat becomes a speaker to fill in little gaps in between. It sounds like, yeah. But I think anybody that listens to a system that they've not heard before and it's brand new, and it's, they give you a little glossary on the information about it. Not every bit of detail. Of course, you look into it to get more information, to see if there's more information about. And then you figure out, oh yeah, okay, that's how it works. But when you got something that's not got much information, anyone today knows there's speakers involved and there's some sort of DSP decoder involved. I think back many decades ago, when it might be like, oh, this cinema sounds, I've seen this same film print, I've seen it in different cinemas, X, and there's one that sounds totally different, very, very different. It's like, have they got hidden speakers elsewhere that I don't know about? There's something going on, because it's something pretty unique of the way it plays back. Hmm. 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 That's a lot of directional, and it all outputs bass. It'll all output bass. So, well, use something like a large, I suppose, a coaxial speaker, very large. So all the sound would be completely the same in the auditorium. The speaker would be the complete same design. Just so that we can escape from our own miserable, pathetic lifestyle and go and dream it and go and fantasize it in some movie. But it's got to sound a little bit more better than the average movie in the past. It's got to be a little bit, and every other movie mixed. It's got to follow a certain standards of mixing style, and other techniques could be applied, but it's got to have directional sound, directional dialogue. Otherwise, it just doesn't seem believable when it's all up front on the screen when you see a screen. But you want to see an image that's, even if it's projected flat on like those XD screens or whatever they call it, it doesn't look right. Even in those videos, when you look at it and think, it looks like they're using a video splitter to split the signal and project a certain proportion on the screen in front, and the rest of it is placed down the side walls, but it looks distorted. It looks, and you think, well, why did they just do that? Why didn't they do it on the ceiling and the floor and behind? So you got an image behind, just like you use Google Earth and you're going along the street and you can move the thing around, and you can look behind and up, and you can almost look below depending on the angle of the camera. But you got that total, just to escape from your nagging wife. You want to lose it in a cinema just to get away from the nagging wife. Yeah, well, if other people were thinking this, years ago, and it's still an ongoing, but there's not many places around, not many cinemas around that can do this. Not many dubbing stages, for that matter. They're still behind the times. They've got all this fancy digital technology, but oh gosh. They're not letting the mixers are kind of kicking themselves, because their mix is not done. They got another system that comes out, and then they think, oh crikey, why couldn't they have delivered this a few years ago? It would be a lot easier than. Can you imagine doing this? How much terabyte, how much megabyte, and all this nonsense. 165. And what does Atmos say it can go up to? How many channels? I forgot. Something like 160, I think. I don't know. I forgot which. 165. I think that can go a little bit more. Because it depends on how the speakers, what size they are, how deep the enclosure on that speaker enclosure is, or how it's designed into the system, how it's designed. And the rooms or auditoriums would have to be designed in a specific way so you get max energy as much as possible from the system, so without overdriving it or overrunning it and getting it so that it sounds like a street sound level, or sound like street level sound, so that you can still actually kind of have a conversation in the auditorium and then think, wow, that sounds kind of, but it's getting everything all in between. And so, you don't just have sound moving along the side walls or overhead or below. You've got to have some things that are in between, so like sound holographic. And you think, wow, what the heck was that? We know it's a sound system. We know there's something going on here, but whoa, wow, that was impressive. You want to knock your socks off. Otherwise, it's easy to put matrix decoders, ProLogic 2, PL2X decoders, and just expand the already stereo signals to higher channel count, and so that the sounds can move below or appear to move below along the floor, and then move around the side walls, or maybe up and down, and a little bit, in different areas can move around. But it just depends on how good the mix is. Otherwise, you won't get much from a PL2X, because it could only see the signal and think, oh gosh, there's this and that going on, and the vector steering will steer the signals, and just create oh wow, that's better than before. Why couldn't they put that into a Trinnov? Because they can't. PL2X. They're very cheap. They're very cheap to buy, and easy to put in. So a PL2X in a 32 channel Atmos. How many channels could that be expanded to? I think I've done it before. I think it was well over 100. So expand the 5 screen. Expand the 5 screen. Yeah, sorry, 5 screen, and that could be expanded. It's got 2 and 2, so add a 7 and a 7, and then you got the boring front wide channels that hardly do anything most of the time. Either way, that's 2 plus that, and then they got the sides, extra 4. Okay, so 4 that way, 4 that way, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, sorry. Add that on for the back. Plus 2. And then expand that to another 3. And another 1, 2. Yeah, that's 90 channels so far. And then, okay, the overhead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 135 channel. And then the below surround, you want to matrix that to a yeah, that's going to be the tricky part. But that could be done with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So be adding like so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 170 channels so far. Oh, 170. I guess it can't get any better than 170. Still not enough. Still nowhere near to 360 like on my CB radio. That's disappointing. Such a small CB radio, smaller than a Dolby Atmos processor, and yet my CB radio do 300. Crying out loud! How do you do this? Mode switching, band switching, encode, decode, extra signals. Crikey. They'll be mixing something like that for a year. Then you wouldn't have as many ridiculous Atmos movies coming out. Or maybe some that come out are just like typical, yeah, and the other ones are like kind of like the SDDS. SDDS, you got the SDDS 6 channel, the SDDS 8 channel. 200 titles in SDS 8 channel, and all the rest of the 1,000 titles or so are in SDDS 6 channel. So it'd be like, yeah, it'd be kind of like that again. It's got to be something there. Okay, there are gaps in between the speakers, so fill those gaps in. Extra speakers. Okay. Because even with there will be still gaps, so there's probably room to depending on how big the speaker is, of course, and how close it is together, how close they are together, so they all couple. I think that's the best solution, is just couple them, so there are no gaps in between, so they're all, and when they generate a specific sound, could generate a specific low frequency in one spot area, or maybe a wider area, or maybe it's something that happens over there and it creates a holographic, like it's very distant in the mix level, and then it gets bigger, then it expands onto the other speakers where the sound pressure level will get a little bit bigger within a safe margin for listening. Yeah. 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 I have to do some more thinking on this. 170 seems a little bit. A little bit too less. What type of speaker? What type of speaker could be used? Something that's long throw, something that's got high X max, something that could do yeah, drive something high and loud within safe limit. Oh, high output. It's interesting. It's interesting. Outputs. Oh yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh. Yeah. Something like Voyager. Voyager 1, Voyager 2. Voyager seeks the creator. Yeah. Oh. Big creative sound. Not today, but no, not tomorrow, but today. Now. And it's got to be something that could be, yeah. Something that can easily be expanded. But it's got to be mixed in a very large, special. Boring, isn't it? Gosh. I like the way that can makes that sound, that kind of boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Ping. Yeah, it's interesting to make that different sound effects with that. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Almost done. Almost done. Yeah. Mm. 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 Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah, I did create that sort of looks. Yeah. That's boring. Yeah. Yeah. Spherical. Or square. Rectangular. Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh. Space playing out and then it goes out and it explodes over to one corner, it goes through that, and goes yada. Oh. 20 hertz. Is that low enough? I mean, really. Move a door back and forth. It creates an infrasonic. crikey. Righty. Mm-hmm. Zoom in on that, crying out loud. That's one following code, 1 2 3 DASC, task talk, 2 times distortion, 0 2 0. That's pretty low. I've got filter devices. Was that XLR? Was that TRS XLR? I can't fucking see that, but it's HDMI, blah, 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 PCM. Port for the input, output, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Oh, it's a bit pricey. Boom. There's a better picture of that. Which is maybe that's a better picture. Okay, still can't zoom in on it. Oh, what's this? Is this the inside of it? Power supply. Processing. No, that can't be that. It's got to be something else. Where's the manual? Go back. Manual. Oh, there's a better close-up picture of it. Oh, yeah. They're TRSs. TRS. Got unbalanced, balanced, TRS, tip ring sleeve. Okay. Well, yeah, because a TRS connector will take up less space than an XLR connector, because an XLR would take up a bit more diameter space on the back of a TRS. Oh, has this been tested on Audio Science Review? Looks like it has. Voltage 4.17, 4.107, 4.110. Tiny, teeny fraction. Distortion 0.00093. 127.195 01042. Has this been tested on ASR? Or are they using a what's it? An AP. How good is it? How good is it? Outputs. HA outputs. Oh, wow. Okay, I need to look at the manual. I need to find the manual on that. Support review, support, community, specification, application notes. Crikey. Oh, more ships. More subs. Okay. What does this unit do? 2 for 10 PEQs, yeah, apart from get down lower low, it's going to go down lower lows. Around to fit somewhere in the rack, I don't think. Was that a 2U frame? Take the feet off it. Probably just a fraction over 1U frame. What's the dimensions size? What's the dimensions specifications? 12. Tons of mentions. Ah, 41 millimeters. 41.5 millimeter. Oh, that's with the feet as well. Take the feet off. No, looking at the back of that unit. Looks a fraction over on U frame. Okay. Let's think. Oh, this is just another. Is there a rabbit hole here? Is there a rabbit hole on this mini DSP? Mini DSP Flex. The Reflex is a lonely child. Da 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 da. Da da da. Reflex. HTX. HTX. What is that? Some sort of reverse for THX or jumbled up letters like crying at HTX. Crying out loud. What's that? A rip off of THX or something, isn't it? Because you've got the letters jumbled up there. Oh dear, what's that stand for? Home theatre experience or home theatre crossover or what does that stand for? What a rip-off. What does it do apart from 8 inputs, 8 outputs? Does it do sub bass as well? Obviously you can filter the signals and just use it for sub. Crikey. Otherwise it just looks like some sort of I don't know, it looks like some sort of generic sort of loudspeaker management crossover system without necessarily because it's full bandwidth, so it's not dividing crossovers up into I just don't know. What are they selling at? it's 900 flipping £1,000. Hmm. Oh, what's that? What's that offer there? That seems interesting. What's I think that might be a different model. Nah, pass. What's all that got to do? THX 6. Oh, that's interesting. Shows the inside of the. Oh, that's interesting. Little small transformer there. Power supply. DSP. Capacitors. What's that? Some input or output. Something. Chip. Microprocessing chips. Chips. Diodes. Resistor. Capacitors. Okay, don't need that. USB, I've got to have a lead separate, then going connecting to the computer to control to run it. Programs come up on the screen, and then adjust the frequency and the low lows. How many PEQ filters does it have? The high pass filters, does it have any high pass? Obviously it must. So 2 volt RMS. Make it crew wizard. US. Mini flex. What's that? The mini. What's this one? Unbalanced outputs. Whoa. Why is that one? Is that the helix? Oh no, it's something different. What's this? 4 outputs. Not enough. Because these two. What's cheaper still? DCX. DCX cheaper. Oh, that's cheaper price. Oh. That's a bit more. Oh. Still. Just think of it. Just so we can get lower lows. What was that? What's that? Subsonic. What's it? Processor. THX. Oh, that's it. Oh yeah, was it 2? Is it that model? Oh, that's a drive rack. THX 120. I think that's a do, yeah. So on that level, the frequency boost. Unbalanced outputs. Okay. This model. So frequency 28 to 40. Unbalanced out. Crossover, what's that? So get closer view on that. Crossover frequency. I don't think it's much special with that. Probably back in the day it was okay, but now it's 7986. Crikey. Phew. Crossover graphic, EQ, parametric EQ, auto EQ, limiter. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 outputs. How many inputs? 2 inputs. Okay. About the What the blazes is that thing still running? Oh, I thought I had Last Crusade in there. Oh. Oh, okay. Um,
They're gone. Good. Let's get moving. We're behind schedule.
this up on the spectrum. Put the inputs. Input. Oh, getting an input there. Is that in room or direct? Ooh. That seems like it's in room. Bit bright. Jesus Christ. Let's put some sub-bass extension on that. Bleh. Okay, that's that there. That. Okay. Set it was 80. Okay, too much dialogue level, but in the 100 Hz range. Turn on. Oh yeah, they're active. And how many have I got? Looks like 1, 2, 3 are active there. Oh no. Yeah, right, gotcha. It's gone to 2. Oh, what's going on? Go back to there. Hang on. Prefer that. Is it that one? Alright. Where's the, what's it gone to? Oh. Oh, great. I could see it there on the left, right, but 105. Oh, there it is. Before I lost it. Oh, gosh. Okay. Oh, what have I got going now? That doesn't make sense. What's that? I don't know. Right. Oh yeah. Let's switch that to okay. Okay, that's in room, I think. Yeah, that's in room. Okay. Let's set this extension. Okay. Bit hollowy soundy that. Maybe go a little bit lower. Go up. Is that doing it? sound like it. It doesn't sound like that. Was it doing it now? A bit low. Oh, right, okay. Oh, that's a bit lower. Like 40 hertz. Let's go now. Okay, got a low response there. Bit slow picking up. How fast is that? Seems like there's a bit of a delay there. Yeah, it's about a second delay or so. See what if it's turn that off, turn that off. Turn that one off. about a second. No, do not. No, that's not again. Who? Oh, that's better. Had a little glitch there on the REW, which I'm thinking, why I make a sound and it sounds like it's delaying by about 1 second or so. Okay, sorted it. Okay, boom, boom. That's more like it. Okay. That's it. That's more like it. Okay, what if I put the average down to 2? Okay, let's come up to about there. Either side. Okay, see that level going up. Turn up down the fader. Put more on the fader. Probably set the put that bit of extension there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Go down a bit lower. A bit lower. A bit lower. Noise levels up a bit. If there's anything extra in this soundtrack. What I can't understand is how would it sound that loud? Distance? Yeah, it would have a very faint distant sound. Have a very faint distant sound, that. Be distant, pretty distant. I think that strike sound, that wing striking the oil, I think that would be a very distant sound. Wouldn't be very loud, especially out in the open ocean. Increase that output a little bit. So I go to. Yeah, that's it. Take that level up a bit. Save it. Oh yeah, that's improving. Oh yeah. Just a little bit. I'll sit there in the low. Yeah, there we go. So look at those filters again. Put it at 48 dB. Oh, that's pretty aggressive. Bring it back to 24.
Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Vanish. How are we doing?
Fine. Get him out of here. Time for us to duck under the radar scan and vanish. Time for us to duck under the radar scan and vanish.
How we doing?
Fine. Get him out of here. Time for us to duck under the radar scan and vanish.
How we doing?
Fine. Get him out of here. Time for us to duck under the radar scan and vanish.
There's no time for that. Get down.
Not time for me to stretch my legs, Kent.
Right.
Not time for me to stretch my legs, Kent.
Right.
Not time for me to stretch my legs, Kent.
Right.
Uh, let's experiment with a okay on this first. Okay, lower that down a bit. Okay.
Fine. Get him out of here. Time for us to duck under the radar scan and vanish. We're in the Bermuda Triangle. I'll try to contact them by radio.
I've lost contact with 2-3 Sierra.
Hang on a second. They're in the Bermuda Triangle. I'll try to contact them by radio. 2-3 Sierra, this is Palm Beach approach. Do you read? We're in the Bermuda Triangle. I'll try to contact them by radio. 2-3 Sierra, this is Palm Beach approach. Do you read? We can lose these now. Sierra, we have lost radar contact. We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island. Any problem on that end? Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II. We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island. Any problem on that end? Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II. We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island. Any problem on that end? Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II. We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island. Any problem on that end? Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II. We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island. Any problem on that end? Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II. We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island. Any problem on that end? We can lose these now. Sierra, we have lost radar contact. We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island. Any problem on that end? Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II. We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island. Any problem on that end? Why should there be? The
The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II.
We'll have to make the transfer quick before any of those people wake up.
We'll be on St. George Island.
Any problem on that end?
Why should there be? The island's deserted. We can lose these now. We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island.
Any problem on that end?
Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II. We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island.
Any problem on that end?
Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II. We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island.
Any problem on that end?
Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II. We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island.
Any problem on that end?
Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II.
We'll have to make the transfer quick before any of those people wake up. Any problem on that end?
Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II.
We'll have to make the transfer quick before any of those people wake up.
Relax. We'll be on St. George Island.
Any problem on that end?
Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II. We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island.
Any problem on that end?
The island's deserted. The airstrip.
We'll have to make the transfer quick. People wake up.
Relax. Be on St. George Island.
Any problem on that end?
Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II.
We'll have to make the transfer quick before any of those people wake up.
Relax. Wake up and find themselves sitting on an empty 747 wondering what happened to them. The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II. We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island.
Any problem on that end?
Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II. We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island.
Any problem on that end?
Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II. We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island.
Sierra, this is Palm Beach approach to grade.
We can lose these now.
Sierra, we have lost radar contact.
We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island.
Any problem on that end?
Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II.
We'll have to make the transfer quick before any of those people wake up.
Be on St. George Island.
Any problem on that end?
I should. We can lose these now.
Sierra, we have lost radar contact.
We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island.
Any problem on that end?
Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II.
We'll have to make the transfer quick before any of those people wake up.
Relax. Wake up and find themselves sitting on an empty 747 wondering what happened to them. The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II. We're home free. Another 20 minutes, we'll be on St. George Island.
Any problem on that end?
Why should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II.
We'll have to make the transfer quick before any of those people wake up.
We'll be on St. George Island.
Any problem on that end?
on St. George Island.
Any problem on that end?
How should there be? The island's deserted. The airstrip hasn't been used since World War II.
We'll have to make the transfer quick before any of those people wake up.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Sideways. Two. Yeah, summing up. This one's a little bit too high. Okay. From the frequency. 20, it's pretty quiet. 55. Oh, and I've got the I've got the crossover, so it's pretty safe off there. That one's a little bit high there. Whoops. Okay, about there. Okay. Next one up. 25. There. That one's a little bit too high there. Okay. Okay, both of them on. Signal. Yeah, okay, yeah, big increase there. Okay. Okay, next, what's the, go to the next band. It's down there a bit. It's a little bit high there. Okay. Fraction. Add. Signal. Yeah. Okay, that's not bad. Okay.
That's what I want to do. what I want to do. So let me hold her. And that's what I want to do. Hold you in my life forever.
About time for me to stretch my legs, Cap. Right.
How we doing?
Fine.
Check. Check the phase. Central alignment. Oh yeah, I see it. Maybe switch to be easier if I use the what's it? Put that and put number 7. Generator. Multi-tone. Dual multi. Crikey. Customize it. Go 130. Try that 130. Okay, turn it up. Octave linear. Okay. Octave. Okay. So I see that frequency there. Okay. A little bit higher there. What about this one here? Oh yeah, it's a little bit higher there. 82. Okay. That's down there. Okay, let's lower that down a bit. Check for any other frequencies that might be. What's this one down here? 128. 128 is up there. 133. 125. 130 maybe. That's a bit low there. Let's see. That's down there. Okay. That's up there. Okay. Add both. It seems like I get a little bit uniform over left there. Right. Okay. Sounds like a power reactor, that sine wave signal. Sounds like the Cygnus. Okay, there. So it's going that one. That's a very tricky one. This. Let's try to do it again. That's kind of shifted it. Let's see what the difference is on time delay was changing the frequency output level. So there. It's kind of shifted the frequency but subtracted the other frequencies a little bit on there. Let's see. Go to the where is it? ABC input. Turn that level up a little bit. Oh yeah, that's okay. Yeah, okay. That's not too bad there. Oh yeah. Okay. Alright, turn that off. Whoa, feels like a reactor. Woof. Wow. Okay. So, adjusted the time delay because it seems like the sub that's I'm nearer to because I'm over to the left. It seems like I'm hearing the sub down there. The other one's generating over there. And then adjusting the phase to kind of shift it. Didn't do too much. I thought, okay, try the time delay. Okay, that shifted it, but also at the same time it subtracted a bit of the frequency. And then of course I adjusted some low frequency earlier to just compensate and balancing the level out a little bit, listening to content, and then and then I thought, okay, I can see the subtraction in the frequency. I thought, okay, go back to the filter where I adjusted and just took the filter up and then added back. But of course, if I turn the time delay off and such, the signal level will probably go up a bit higher, and then it sounds like it's shifting over again because I'm closer. Yeah, and I can sense it. All right. Let's see what it sounds like. Bye-bye. That sounds better. Oh, wow. That sounds good. Oh, yeah, that sounds interesting. Oh. That sounds interesting. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Hmm. Hmm. Sure what it's doing on the signal. So I know that the time delay is going to add those kind of ripple effects in the. But it seems to sound okay. Hang on, just a little bit more checking. Yeah, I've noticed another frequency. Maybe it needs a little bit more adjusting. A tiny fraction adjusting. Okay. Where's the... the generator. Turn that level down. That's high. Okay, that's high. Yeah, a little bit higher, a little bit further. There. Bit of a dip down on, what's it, 20. Okay. Peak up there, 40. Okay. Different. Third octave there. That 1/6. 1/6. Okay, check it on that. Why now? Let's make it look interesting. Okay. Yeah, that range there is a bit higher than some of those frequencies. Okay. The other frequencies down here, so look at this one here. That's down a little bit there. About this frequency. There. That's up a little bit there, a few dB. Okay. 80. Got a filter on that one. Let's check it. Yeah. Okay. Just turn it down. Notch it down a bit. Okay. A bit. Yeah. Okay. I'll fill on the ABC. Not that frequency. Bring those up a bit. Up a little bit. That frequency there. Oh, this one here, that's interesting. Right, that there, okay. 100. Okay. Let's bring that down a little bit. Okay. Oh yeah, that's not too bad. Not too bad there. Yeah. Okay. It's in between there and 60. I've got a filter already on that. Let's bring it up a bit. Okay, turn that generator off. Oof, sounds like a power reactor. Sounds like the Death Star with that sort of thing. That's multi-tone. Octave 48. still a little bit more testing to do. Yeah.
How are we doing? Fine. Get him out of here. Time for us to duck under the radar scan and vanish. Get him out of here. Time for us to duck under the radar scan and vanish. How are we doing? Fine. Get him out of here. Time for us to duck under the radar scan and vanish. How are we doing? Fine. Get him out of here. Time for us to duck under the radar scan and vanish. How are we doing? Fine. Get him out of here. Time for us to duck under the radar scan and vanish. How are we doing? Fine. Get him out of here. Time for us to duck under the radar scan and vanish.
They're gone. Good. Let's get moving. We're behind schedule. They're gone. Good. Let's get moving. We're behind schedule. Good. Let's get moving. We're behind schedule. They're gone. Good. Let's get moving. We're behind schedule. They're gone. Good. Let's get moving. We're behind schedule.
Oh, that's good. That's not bad. Not bad. So, okay, improvement. Ooh. Tuning. Tuning. Mm. 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 Probably do a little bit more later on.
They're gone. Good. Let's get moving. We're behind schedule.
Lisa, I'm so glad you're here. I didn't think you were coming. Benji, you're in a mood, don't you? mutual. I'm doing it for Benji. He wanted to see his grandfather. Thanks, man. You just saw your father. Stubborn woman. He had wanted to take off. Yes, never.
Get these stowed away. Hey, help me get these things stowed away for takeoff. You look wonderful. Tell me, is this place fantastic? Is the newspaper saying this? Come and see for yourself. Well, what do you think? It's magnificent. Excuse me. Darling, get comfortable and try to relax. Have a drink. It'll do you good. Emily. I hope you'll be fine. Before that, come and sit down and join us. Dr. Williams.
Who's at the back? I'll tighten those ones up at the TCBs. Tighten those TCBs up a bit. Tighten those TCBs up. Okay. Reference back to no. Turn that on. Yep, okay, that's back on in room. I think I need a microphone at the back. I'll be at the back. Well, maybe play it by ear. So it was on the ABC. Okay. Generate the time. Okay, let's breathe out. Just turn the bottle down a bit. One there. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. That frequency there. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit, yeah. That's that. It's a bit rolled off there. Yeah. Frequency there. Yeah, that one's down there. What's up there? Okay, maybe adjust. See what goes on. What about that narrow cube but not too wide. 72. Bring that down a bit. Okay. Go to the other one and look at the frequency. Okay, go. Okay. I'll put a filter on 90 out. And over a bit. Okay. I'll put a filter in at 44 hertz. What does that sound like? Oh, of course. ABC. Let's have a look. Okay. What about there? There. Mm-hmm. I could put filter on 35. So what would I do? Okay. It's difficult. Gotta move the microphone around a bit. I can hear it, but probably not zeroing in on the frequency. See that nice roll off there. And that roll off there. Going to about 100 there. Okay. Let's put a filter on that. There. No, I'll probably put that down there. Okay, that frequency at ET there. Let's put some lower. That frequency there at 71 or something. It's a little bit higher. Yeah, bring that down a bit. There it is there. A bit more. Okay. One frequency was that 50, 50, 55, 56, 50, 55. Let's bring that down a bit. Okay. They said one up there, one there, spread them around. Looks like one there. Both of them. Oh, so okay. I'll apply now. That's the face. See if that does anything. I can see that changing. Yeah. Okay, what about time to see what difference that does. Yeah. Turn it off. Uh-huh. Okay. She is. Okay. Face. Okay. See. Turn the frequency up a bit. Back past. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Come on. Oh, it's interesting. Sounds like a can make it a bit softer. I've got the crossing frequency set to on this one. 27, 2700, 127. That's got a nice feel to it. Go down lower. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, change the tone. Generate. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'll go a bit more. Just in that later. That's interesting. That's still doing that. Yeah. Let's do crikey. Test that. Oh, crikey. Do a check because it hasn't been checked in a few years. I only have to move the undo one of the seats. Undo one of the seats. Swing it around, open it up. Yeah, that's a day's work, that. Oh. So 10 minutes to undo that seat. Another 10 minutes to get everything else taken off that and swing that sub around. 5 minutes to open it up. Do a check with everything. That's anywhere from maybe an hour of checking. Then putting everything, and then once it's okay, putting everything back. That's another half hour. Probably about 4 hours of work. Can't hide that. Hang on, let's try that. Oh, that's different, yeah. Hide the front. Yeah, okay, that's predictable. Okay. The JBL 46%, pretty good, but the 46, 4788, yeah. Need a 4788. Or maybe just more 4645Cs, or 4645B, or 4644 5628. Probably assign these for maybe 30. Maybe a 30. Use a nose there. Turn those filters off. Okay, that's freed up some CPU. Okay. So let's turn on. Off, okay. Okay. And 20, 24, 20, 24, 20. 24, 20. Okay. Okay. Oh. 8.5. Hmm. Quick. Time delay. Doesn't change too much there. Okay. Alright. Test check.